Good evening, everyone, and welcome. I'd like to call the City of Homestead City Council meeting to order. Today is Wednesday, November 19th, 2025, and it is now 6 p.m. This evening, we will have the invocation by Police Explorer Lieutenant Hector Miranda with the Pledge of Allegiance, led by Vice Mayor Bailey and the Homestead Police Explorers. Would you all please stand?
Dear Heavenly Father, I thank you, Father, for this great meeting. Father, I thank you, Father, because you have everybody gathered here, Father. I thank you for the lives of every congressman here, Father, every person here in the position of leadership, Father, that you will guide him and give him the strength, Father, that you will give him the wisdom, Father, to make the great decisions in our community, Father. I also thank you for the Homestead Police Department, Father, for every person that they go out and give their lives in the field, Father, for others to stay home and protected. I thank you, Father. I ask that you cover them with your blood and with your presence, that your presence be in this meeting. Thank you, Heavenly Father, and I pray in the name of Jesus. Amen. Amen.
Thank you, Lieutenant Miranda.
You're welcome, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Please be seated. We have a roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Cannibal.
Here.
Councilwoman Avila.
Here.
Councilman Ross.
Here.
Councilman Fletcher.
Here.
Councilwoman Konski.
Here.
Vice Mayor Bailey.
Here.
Mayor Losner.
Here. Okay, thank you. We are now at the portion of the agenda where we open the floor to public comments for general discussion. Each individual will have 3 minutes to speak. Madam Clerk, I am not aware that anyone has pre-registered. Do we have anyone online? No one online at this time. Is there any?
Somebody just raise your hand.
All right, someone online, just raise your hand.
Clifford Luton.
Okay. Go ahead. Can you hear us, sir?
Yes, I'm here. Clifford Lutan with Sontech Engineering.
And are you here to make a general comment during the public comment section?
Not a general comment. No.
Okay, you want to speak on a specific matter?
The Palace Nursing Home. I'm the engineer of record.
Okay, we'll get to that. You'll have the opportunity, if necessary, when we when
Yes.
we reach that item on the agenda. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, is there anyone in the audience wishing to speak this evening, general commentary? No one in the audience to speak tonight. Very good, thank you all. All right, so we will now close the public comment section. And if there are no objections, I have been asked to deviate to take tab 17 first tonight. Mr. Pearl, if you would read that by title, please.
Mr. Mayor, I think the first item would be the presentation from the respective nonprofits before we consider the item on.
Okay, so we're going to do the presentation with respect to the year ending.
Yes.
And then go forward with that. Okay. So who's going to kick that off?
The first entity, the nonprofits of record, will be Start Off Smart.
Good evening and welcome.
We're sharing a microphone. Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here and present to you tonight. My name is Bianca Montenegro, and I am the Vice Chair of Start Off Smart, also known as SOS, which I'm sure you're well aware of. Today I have the honor of introducing Start Off Smart, a nonprofit rooted right here in Homestead that has become a pillar of safety, healing, and hope in South Miami-Dade. Founded in 1991 through a visionary partnership between the Homestead Police Department and the Department of Children and Families, SOS has built a radical idea that public safety means more than arrests. It means intervention, prevention, and compassion. I also have the honor tonight to introduce the CEO, Sandy Nani, and she will talk a little bit about our vision.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the honor of being able to present SOS to you tonight. SOS's mission is to guide individuals and families to independence and safety while improving the quality of life for all residents of Homestead. We do this through strong community collaborations. Our purpose is clear. We strengthen families, we strengthen safety, and we strengthen long-term resiliency. We ensure that every child has the opportunity to grow up in a loving, nurturing environment. We build collaborative, family-focused systems that respond historically to community needs. We don't just help families survive, we help them rebuild their lives. For those of you who do not know me, I come from a long line of law enforcement family. My father was one of the first DEA agents in the nation. My husband is a retired Miami-Dade homicide detective, and my son is a retired Homestead Police lieutenant. I've always been passionate about serving the community and supporting those who protect it and us. Since its start, SOS have served thousands and thousands of families. These families are touched by domestic violence, sexual abuse, child neglect, trafficking, and so much more. In 2011, we became a 501c3 nonprofit, a move that expanded our reach and deepened our impact. From food distributions to youth summits, diaper drives to emergency hotel stays, SOS has responded with care, dignity, and consistency for more than 35 years.
And so let's take a moment and share the heart of the work, the programs that change lives every single day. Let's start off with VOCA. Through the Victims of Crime Act, our advocates support over 400 survivors of domestic violence, elder abuse, robbery, and other violent crimes. We provided legal advocacy, emotional support, and connected victims to services that help them reclaim their safety. The Stop Violence Against Women grant helped us reach more than 480 women facing domestic violence, sexual assault, and stalking. We work directly with law enforcement to offer emergency response, advocacy, and of course, trauma-informed care. My personal favorite, with funding from the Children's Trust, SOS served over 150 adults and 300 children exposed to violence or failing in school. The Safe Families Partnership Network is a team effort between 5 agencies providing therapy, legal aid, care coordination, and safety planning to stabilize families and support children. We were also part of the Group Violence Intervention Initiative, aimed at reducing gun violence. Through street outreach and recovery support, we worked with 70 high-risk individuals and families, offering a way out before the violence escalates. And through the COPS microgrant, we reached nearly 100 high-risk teens with job training, crisis counseling, and mentorship, alongside the Homestead Police and Police Community Unit. 4 of these 5 grants ended in September of this year. SOS, with our deep ties to the community, stands ready for the renewal of these programs and our continued partnership with the city. These programs are not optional. They are essential. They are what keeps the most vulnerable residents safe and our community whole. Our work doesn't stop in the office. For over 35 years, SOS has been active in the community. From Shop with a Cop, I'm sure you've heard of every year, toy drives, law enforcement trainings, back to school fairs, to holiday meals, and car seat installations. This is what it means to be embedded in the fabric of this wonderful city.
To close, at SOS, we meet families at their most vulnerable moments, and we help them to stand again and to stand firm. We connect systems, empower survivors, and fight for a future where trauma doesn't define lives. This is what public safety looks like. This is how we build resilient communities. This is SOS. And if I could just take a minute, I know my time's up, but I'd like to introduce you to the SOS After School youth that are here in support of the SOS program. They all have wonderful shirts on, don't they? Thank you.
I believe next is Mujer.
Good evening. I'm Susan Rubio Rivera. I'm the director of Mujer. And first of all, I want to say thank you to the mayor and the council for giving us an opportunity to come in and show you what we do here in Homestead. I don't think that I can top SOS, and it's not the intention to top SOS because we all work collaboratively as a group called the Safe Families Partnership Network, funded by the Children's Trust. So our history, we were founded as a grassroots response to domestic violence and sexual assault in agricultural communities. That has always been our main target community. We have served for 29 years as a nonprofit, and we are also, as of 2009, one of 2 certified rape crisis programs in Miami-Dade County that provide, that provide direct services to acute cases of rape. For those rape victims that go to Kendall Regional Hospital, we are the victim advocates that respond 24/7. As I said, we've been doing this for 29 years, and as I said, we have been embedded in this community for 29 years as Mujer, but myself personally for 51 years. I used to work at Centro Campesino. I was there for 19 years before I founded Mujer. We provide comprehensive services from crisis intervention to therapy to victim advocacy, information and referral, accompaniment, and a 24/7 sexual assault helpline, and a coordinated system navigation system for survivors. So I also want to tell you that we have been a partner of the City of Homestead since day one. For 29 years, and maybe even before, when I was at Centro Campesino, we have helped the City of Homestead by helping the residents of this community. So post-COVID, we did your CDBG utility relief program. We distributed $100,000 successfully to the tenants of the City of Homestead. We also did your CARES Utility Assistance Program at no cost to the city, but because 100% of those funds were directed to the residents of the City of Homestead. And now we're proud that we're continuing that collaboration with the City of Homestead, as the city has just agreed to give us $5,000 as a match, as we brought in another $18,000 to the community for community rental assistance and utility assistance. We were one of the first agencies that established the Safe Families Partnership Network in collaboration with SOS, with En Familia, and with Date Legal Aid. Our program provides screening and assessment, care coordination, trauma-specific services, and referral pathways and engagement. So, for example, about 2 or 3 months ago, we found a family that had been in one of your parks for 3 weeks. It's a homeless family. They had just arrived from another part of the country. They had lived with their children. There was 4 kids and an infant in that car for 3 weeks until somehow they found Mujer, and we were able to provide the whole comprehensive services, from giving them emergency shelter to finding them a place a little bit longer term, assistance for them in housing, even to the point of us being able to help them secure employment. And obviously a couple of them came for therapy, for services. So that's what we do at Mujer. With the Children's Trust Program, we helped 166 unduplicated clients. What does that mean? That means that we only count them once. The services could go beyond that, but 166 of them. Total, we serve about 500 families with direct services. We do about 810 information and referrals to other agencies and collaborative partners, as we collaborate with more than 20 organizations in Deep South Aid. In total, we gave out 1,672 units of service through therapy. So we're here not just to provide Band-Aid services. We're here, like Sandy said, to help families find an answer to their own situations. We don't, when people come to Mujer, they're going to be treated with respect. We're going to promote their dignity, and we're going to help them find the answers to their own issues, because we don't intend to say that we know what's best for anyone. So we're here, we're going to guide you from day one until you're ready to stand on your own 2 feet. So that is all. There's more to my PowerPoint, but all of you have the PowerPoint, so if you have any questions later, please feel free to contact us directly. Our staff is here from the Children's Trust. Please stand up real quick. Our therapist, and Laura, who is our success coach, and Arlene, who takes care of all the services. And don't forget that tomorrow is Give Miami Day. 1,500 organizations are vying for donations from everyone in this room. So please, it's a time to be generous, right? To give thanks and to live in gratitude. Thank you so much.
Thank you. En Familia.
Yes, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor has Christie House, so I'm going to go ahead if you don't mind, so we don't get out of order in the presentation.
Okay.
Mr.
Well, our
Mayor.
agenda's out of order.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, thank you so much for having me. My name is Amanda Altman. I have the privilege of serving as the CEO of Christie House. Christie House was founded in 1995, so we are currently celebrating our 30th anniversary. We are the Children's Advocacy Center for Miami-Dade County. We are nationally accredited by 2 different national organizations. We are responsible for coordinating child victims of abuse, all of the legal, medical, and social services that they need. So with that, we have a multidisciplinary team of agencies, I'll talk about that in a moment, who address all of the children's needs. We are nationally recognized for the evidence-based trauma therapy we provide, and we were one of the first children's advocacy centers in the country to start addressing the commercial sexual exploitation of children. We do prevention education as well for youth and adults, and I'm proud to say that this year we passed the 200,000 mark. We have educated over 200,000 people in how to keep kids safe and kids how to keep themselves safe. All of our services are provided at no cost to the families we serve. Some program services, key achievements that we met this year. We were awarded a grant from the Department of Justice to serve male survivors of human trafficking. Up until now, we had really only been serving female survivors, and so now we're able to serve males, which is wonderful. We also had 3 research articles published in nationally recognized journals on our work in human trafficking, and we served approximately 2,000 children and their families at our children's advocacy centers throughout the county this year. Capacity building throughout the year. We acquired our property in Homestead that we're so proud of on North Chrome Avenue with our partner Mujer, and some of our other partners have moved in. We also renovated our main location so that our partners from the University of Miami's Child Protection Team, who provides the medical services for children, could co-locate with us. We got a state appropriation for renovations, both at our main location and thankfully in our Homestead location. We also did a lot of education and training, as I mentioned. We hosted the first of its kind Violence Against Men and Boys virtual conference, and we delivered 15,500 hours of programming to adults and youths this year. Our mission is to eradicate child sexual abuse. It's really pretty simple. I'm trying to put myself out of a job. I don't think I'll ever get there, but I'm gonna go down trying. We have 3 major pillars: advocacy, treatment, and prevention education. As I mentioned earlier, we have a multidisciplinary team of partners, and you can see them listed: the State Attorney's Office, the University of Miami's Child Protection Team, DCF, the Guardian Ad Litem Program, the Roxy Bolton Rape Treatment Center, City of Miami Police, and the Miami-Dade County Sheriff's Office. We also work very closely with the Homestead Police Department as well. Our program objectives, if we're looking at the grant that we're talking about today, we have 2 key direct service providers who are covered under this grant. We have 64% of a full-time family advocate, and we have 34% of a full-time master's level therapist. Advocacy and therapy are 2 of our core pillars, so these are critical services that we provide at Christie House. Our family advocates really take a holistic approach to the families. They're looking at what do these families need to be stable. They assist them in accessing whatever services they might need, and they assist in the coordination of the different agencies who are addressing whatever that family is facing. Our mental health therapists, I think that's pretty obvious. They're providing the trauma-based therapy for the children. The total amount to us of the grant that's awarded is $76,533. You can see the breakdown of how we spend it. And I want to call to your attention a few facts, because this is really important. 1 in 2 children will experience some kind of a traumatic event in their life. 1 in 4 girls and 1 in 13 boys will experience sexual abuse before their 18th birthday. 1 in 5 children who log on to an electronic device will be sexually solicited online. Florida ranks number 3 in the country for reported incidents of human trafficking, with Miami-Dade County ranking number 1 in the state of Florida. So unfortunately, we do have a little bit of an issue nationwide, but also here in Florida, and that is what we are here to address. So we did, with our family advocate, 825 service hours this year. Therapy, we provided 422 therapy hours. That is with our grant alone that we're discussing tonight. Just a little bit about our financials so that you know that we are very transparent. We're audited every year. We've had 25 years of clean audits. We're about 60% public and private grant funded. The other 40% are wonderful things like Give Miami Day, where we're raising funds from the good people of our county. Just some highlights and achievements. This slide is actually talking about a specific family that we were able to help, all of the different benefits that we were able to provide them to connect them to, and to help them access services. We had a few challenges along the way this year. The Success Coach had a little trouble getting up and running. It's challenging to know exactly what hours what services you can count. So we worked closely with the trust and with the staff at the city to make sure that we were accomplishing all of our goals. We're really excited to have moved into the Healing Sanctuary now down here, and we're looking forward to working with all of you and to growing our outreach and our efforts in this great city. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you, Ms. Altman. Okay, so I'll stop following my agenda and ask whoever's next on the PowerPoint, come on down. In familia.
Good evening, Mayor, Councilmen, and women. My name is Carlos Salgado, and my wife and I are the founders and directors of En Familia. En Familia is a non-profit organization that was, I'm going to try to follow the PowerPoint, otherwise I'm known for going in different directions and then you have finance. So, we are a community-based nonprofit founded in 2000, serving low-income families in Homestead, Florida City, Redland, Leisure City, and Naranja, with programs that promote stability, resiliency, and cultural identity. Our mission is to promote healthy relationships through education and the arts. Our vision is a strong, thriving South Miami-Dade community where children, youth, and families are supported, connected, and empowered to reach their full potential. Our legacy is 25 plus years of strengthening family life in deep South Miami-Dade. We have holistic programs addressing poverty, education, and health barriers. In partnerships, we are sub-grantee of the Children's Trust to the City of Homestead for 15 years, a partnership that I am very grateful because without their participation and their collaboration, En Familia would not have been able to do what we have done throughout the years. In the year 24-25, we serve 120 plus families with care coordination. We did 2,866 plus hours of direct support and 227 referrals. This is data that we obtained until September. Among the different programs that we have children and youth, we have a school program, and that also we implement the STEM program that involves science, art, and academy. We have the arts enrichment program. The arts has been something that has been very, very important for En Familia. My wife is a therapist, she's a doctor in psychology, and I am an artist. So we have combined these two to make sure that we can offer our students the best that we have to offer. Then with the parents, we have the, before I forget, we also have a program for our students in high school. We got a group that is about 20 students that meet once or twice a month, and they get involved in different art projects throughout the year. We're very proud of them. With the parents, we have a program that is called Nurturing Parenting, where we offer workshops for parents that have to do with enriching their relationship with their children. We have one of our most important programs for us is Fatherhood. It's a program where we have fathers participating, also discussing, talking, learning about their relationship with their children. We also offer ESOL classes, which we consider very important, even sometimes without funding. We have been able, because we want to make sure that we offer the community the service, and all of these services are at no cost to the community. We have the care coordination program, which again is the backbone for linking families to wraparound services. And thank you to the partnership that we have been able to do this kind of work. The partnership, the care coordination involves parenting education programs, trauma-informed counseling, civil and legal services, after-school and summer enrichment opportunities, domestic violence prevention services, and food distributions and other support to meet basic needs. As a matter of fact, right now, our staff is divided into different activities. One of them is a food drive that we are conducting at our office in Homestead. Also, it's very important for us, and I want to share this with you, our art summer camp. It is very successful. We have been able to have with us all kinds of different artists, and it's an experience not only for the children, but also for the teachers. Our grant, the part of the funds that we get for En Familia, is $146,500. The breakup, you will have it in the report that we submitted. Outcomes and effectiveness, we have served in this year 120 families, 137 adults. We served 222 youth. We made 227 referrals, and we spent 2,866 hours, coordination hours. Also, we have served, the Children's Trust have divided our service in 3 different levels, depending on the severity of the case. Level 0 families are the families that need basic, simple services, and we have served around 66 families. Level 1 families that get a little more complicated. They need more resources, more referrals, and those are 53 families. And level 2 families are families that are homeless, that have domestic violence cases, that are more complicated and serious, so we only have served 5 of those cases. Continuing with outcomes and effectiveness, the majority of contacts were made by phone, 37%, followed by in-person office visits, 22%, and text messages, 22%. This flexible approach reflects En Familia's commitment to reducing barriers for families by offering multiple pathways for support and follow-up. Thank you very much for the opportunity to share what we do with all of you. We invite you, anytime you want to stop by En Familia, we can show you around, we can have you say hi to our little kids and to know more about our program. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I hope I'm not too loud. I've been told I am sometimes. Thank you, Mayor and Council members. My name is Nilsa Rivera Lopez. I am the Managing Domestic Violence Attorney at Legal Aid. And you heard from our partners for the SFPN partnership. I can't say more about it than what they've already said, so I'm just going to tell you what our part in this partnership is. Dade Legal Aid has been in existence for 75 years. And in 1997, with the advocacy and support of Susan Rubio Rivera, she got us down here. And we have been down here ever since in South Dade. We have not left, and we have been collated with her and served thousands of families. Under the SFPN project, this year, we provided 27 families with legal assistance. The work at Legal Aid is free civil legal services, and it can range from family law matters, domestic violence matters, adult guardianships, teen advocacy, human trafficking issues, consumer issues, and we also have the largest statewide pro bono project, which means our private bar accepts free cases for clients where there are cases that we do not handle. And in Florida, we are the largest program of that. We've been very successful in getting all these big law firms to take these cases that otherwise our community members would not have representation. So as far as what we do down here, it's mainly family law matters and domestic violence matters. And in order to maximize our services, we coordinate with our community organizations, our police departments, the courts, the state attorney's office, and the bar. We also do community workshops at night, on the weekends with our partnerships, and we also do pro se clinics for those individuals that can take care of matters on their own in small claims courts. So our program objectives and activities were very finite under this program. We were to provide the free legal services to eligible clients. And everyone that was referred to us that was eligible received a consultation with an attorney, and they were represented if they were eligible and chose to go forward. Our mission is to make sure they understand the consequences of going forward in a legal matter. The good, the bad, what happens afterward. And if we can reach them before they do anything, they're better off. Our goal has always been, if someone who cannot afford an attorney sees an attorney, gets good advice, they are more likely to seek help in the future when they may not be ready right now, but they will be one day. And I do want to say, as part of the work that we do, it has been my privilege to be the attorney down here since 1997, to serve this community, to work with these fabulous partners, and to work with our victims, and the strength that they show me every day when they take care of themselves and their families against all odds. So again, I want to thank the Children's Trust for the funding, the continued funding. I think it's more than 15 years that they have trusted us with this money and helping this community, and we look forward to continuing it. Thank you.
Thank you. Quickly, where's your office located in Homestead? What's your physical address in Homestead?
I'm sorry?
Do you have your actual office? Where is it
We're at
located?
the sanctuary now with Susan.
Very
That's
good.
where we're at.
Thank you. All right. So is Dibby a Dream next in the PowerPoint rotation, or is it Villa Preparatory Academy?
So, Mr. Mayor, I think that's all we have for tonight.
Okay.
At a future meeting, we're going to come back with the other two.
Very good. So now I guess we will move to tab 17.
That's correct, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. So we flip over these big dictionary.
Tab 17 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving subcontractor agreements to implement the Children's Trust of Miami-Dade County grant that was accepted by the city for contractual support services to families exposed to violence, providing for implementation, providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Mr. Manager, any presentation by staff on this item?
Madam DCM, do you have any presentation on this?
Just a brief comment, Mr. Mayor, Council, good afternoon. The only modification that has been included in this year's sub-agreement is the establishing of criteria for invoice review and submission. The intent is to streamline the review process to ensure that the subrecipients, upon submission of invoices, they are paid in a timely manner. So that is the only modification from last year's sub-recipient agreement to this year's. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council.
Thank you. And just to clarify, the sub-recipients would be those we have heard from tonight, plus the two who did not make presentations.
The 5 that we have heard from tonight, yes, sir. The 2 are under a different program and therefore will have different criterias.
Very good. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
All right, so let me open it up to questions or comments from council. Councilwoman?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to each and every one of the presenters and their supporting staff for being here. Your services are invaluable, and a changed life for the positive is priceless. So what you do, it cannot be overstated. And in light of having to fight criticism constantly on justifying your services and where the money goes and why you need more money and you come asking for more money, this is a great opportunity for the public to see and to witness where it's going. And so this was my request some time ago, was to invite the recipients of our grants to come and provide a public presentation. Being in the service sector myself, privately doing community service, I'm very familiar with the programs, but not into the depth of what I learned tonight. So I hope that my colleagues were impressed and were able to get a refresher and be able to be advocates for the rest of our community to help people get the services they need when they see someone in need. On top of that, the long-standing that you all have been in the community, 10, 20, 50, 75 years, I heard. When's the last time you ever did a presentation at City Council? So never, so thank you for taking the time, for having the wherewithal to be present and to open yourself for transparency and accountability. And I thank you for the incredible work that you're doing for the most vulnerable families in our city. And these agencies are essential partners for the city in keeping us safe, keeping us supported and resilient. And myself and many others in the community, including victims who have turned into advocates, we thank you for your continued work and for your compassion. The amount of compassion that you need to do the jobs you do, not everybody has that. So make sure to take care of yourself and continue with your compassion fatigue retreats, because I know that you need them. And I will be supporting this item tonight in allocating these appropriations. And just again, thank you for what you do and for making Homestead stronger. I'll rest.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to echo the same sentiments. It is many people who either turn a blind eye or throw money at a problem or throw food at a problem. That isn't how anything gets better. And it's you all who I personally know and love dearly. I see what you put into it. I see the grassroots approach. I see getting creative and making sure that those wraparound services are there. So continue being creative. We are going to need it. And as far as I'm concerned, I will keep fighting to make sure you have whatever you need to keep looking out for those in need. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilman Fletcher.
Yes, good evening, and thank you, each of you, the organizations that provide these services to the City of Homestead. But continuing with my stewardship of both federal and state funding, the City of Homestead is accepting risk when we accept these grants, and wanting to continue with that same process that we started a couple of weeks ago. I want to make sure we're meeting all the criteria to continue accepting these funds from these organizations that provide the needed services. But I have a question to ask of our staff: who is ultimately responsible for ensuring the funding is meeting the spending requirements of the grant recipients? Question one. Who's ultimately responsible when they spend this funds that we're accepting as the City of Homestead?
Councilman Fletcher, for specifically the Children's Trust grant, the City of Homestead is the contracting entity with the Children's Trust. And by extension, the city is responsible for ensuring that the dollars are spent in the manner in which it is intended to do so. Now, there is a robust reporting process that each subrecipient does directly with the Children's Trust, and that is validated by the trust, and only upon approval from the trust does the city process any reimbursements.
Okay, I appreciate that answer.
So if I may, Councilman, if you look at Schedule C of each of the subcontracts, it gives you the invoicing submittal policy and attachments that are required to validate the payments that has been approved. So we are making sure, quite unlike the previous contracts, that some of these have documentation in case there's an audit requirement. So you can always go back and validate the payments that were made.
When was the last audit performed?
Mr. Finance Director, do you recall the last audits?
Every year, as part of our city's audited financial statements for the audit, there's a separate audit on the TCT program.
And you review those personally, or your staff?
We provide the information, which includes the invoices and the contracts, and the auditors review that in compliance with the contracts. And they do provide a report, and that report is submitted to TCT.
Can we get a copy of that in the future?
Yeah, we can get you copies.
Of the last report?
So, but the important thing is that there has not been any adverse finding.
Okay, and that's
That's
my next question is, if there are any issues that would be identified, what's the required compliance method to ensure we fix those issues and ensure we're able to continue to receive those funds?
So to date, there has not been any known issues to at least this administration. There was one instance where we wanted to ensure that checks and balances were established with personnel, and with that, we ensured that there was a centralization of all, with the creation of, or rather the centralization and creation of the grants administration division within the city manager's office. We added a layer of oversight to make sure that all of the grants that were being pursued and monitored throughout the city, including the grants that is before you tonight, had oversight from a city employee that had a direct link to our finance and budget department. So at this time, we do not have any reportings of any adverse findings.
Okay, I'm willing to move forward and support this, but let's just be cautious. I think we need to look at these audits and ensure we're spending the money correctly. I would hope we're provided that in a very short time frame. With that, I'll yield. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Next, Councilman Roth.
Thank you, Mayor. So I have deep history with most of these organizations, and based on the grant amount that's being proffered by the Children's Trust, I think it's too little. $8,000 for what these organizations do year-round. I don't know if we can advocate for who writes the grants. Is somebody?
So we are, Councilman, this is the third installment of a 5-year grant. The grant, when it was initially awarded 3 years ago, was written by Sandy Nanny in her capacity as a consultant to the city of Homestead.
Okay, so that number is going to keep coming for the next 2 more years?
So, the initial grant or awarded amount was $700,000. It was increased this year to $714,000 to cover the additional or an increase to the success coaches. In the conversation, or rather in the budget development process this past year, the partners conveyed to the Children's Trust a reevaluation of programming and salaries through a series of conversations that has happened to date. The Children's Trust has conveyed an openness, I don't necessarily think a confirmation, but an openness to evaluate the programming and the dollars and to make a determination thereafter. So I'm not, I can't speak whether or not it's going to increase, but I do know that there was an increase from $700,000 to $714,000, which covers the increases as a result for hourly rate increases for success coaches.
Great. So I guess my point is we need to do and look for any revenues that we can help with these organizations. I know she said Give Miami-Dade is tomorrow. If you guys would look them up online or send out emails and links to each of these organizations. I know they've all sent them to me to forward out to my friends and families as well. The services that they provide are things that we hope none of us ever have to experience. And I know I've called upon them in different times, and they've never failed to provide services for people that I've had to reach out for. And that includes hotel rooms, food, clothing, and all kinds of different services that they offer. Even when I thought it was going to be impossible to help somebody, those organizations were able to do those things. So I think we need to do as much as we can to support them, keep them in our communities, and give them the tools necessary to do the jobs that they do, because what they do is tremendous for our community. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman.
Councilman Roth, two quick comments. Yesterday, the administration sent out a press release about Give Miami Day, asking our residents and the general public to donate to these nonprofits that, in our opinion, are doing God's work. And number two, we are also looking into additional grant applications to supplement what they're getting. To be honest with you, I keep telling folks they're doing God's work. Thanks.
Thank you, City Manager. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Cannonball.
How you doing? I hope you're good. Listen, there's no way to pay you for the service that you provide. Thank you very much for enlightening us and tell us what you do over here. Thank you, okay?
Hey, anything further from council? It's interesting, and the phrase that our city manager used was that you're doing God's work, and that's what came to my mind earlier. For each and every organization, I have absolutely no quarrel or qualm or reservation about the work and the benefits that each and every one of your organizations give to the community. But I also have to say, and to a little bit to Councilman Roth's point, I picked up on a lot of duplication of effort and overlap of services. And I know each one of you sprang up, in your own little niche over periods of time. But just as we try to consolidate food giveaways and turkey drives and, gifts at Christmas time, there is, I think, power in size. And, I think we need to begin to look at where the duplication is taking place to make those dollars go further. Now, and some of you heard me say this in the past, with respect to where are we? The recipient organizations. This is an all or nothing matter in front of us. And I am going to have to vote in the negative. And let me tell you why. And some of you have heard me say this before. But for reasons that are well known to the leadership of SOS, and in light of my opinion, based on sworn testimony of things that have happened over the last 10 years, it is my opinion, my personal opinion, that there is ethical corruption in the leadership of the SOS organization, and I will never vote to fund one penny until that leadership is gone. What I know what was done is irredeemable and unconscionable, and but for their inclusion, if I could give each of the other four organizations twice the money, I would. But in good conscience, I cannot perpetuate and reward the bad behavior of members of the SOS leadership. So do we have a motion on this item? Moved by Councilman Ross, seconded by the Vice Mayor. Is there any public comment on this item? Any further public comment?
Brandy Ramirez, 2231 Southeast First Street. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I want to thank God for giving us great new leadership here in the city of Homestead, and tonight they spoke in support of these nonprofits, and they personally know the leaders of these nonprofits, including Sandy Nanny. I stand here before you to say that I've been in this community all my life, and every single leader that spoke tonight, they have the respect of our community. They have the love and the support of our community, and they do deserve to be funded. And it gives me great honor to smile at our city manager tonight, Ziri, who said, they're doing God's work. That's what we needed here, a city manager that's going to support our nonprofits, and a mayor and council. Some council that are sitting here, you may not know them. You weren't involved with them, serving with them. Our new councilwomen, they serve with them on a daily basis. And this is why the community have you here as our leaders. Very proud of Larry and all the work he's done, and he has great work with these people. So please do pass tonight and know that every single person in this room is here because of them. They serve the most vulnerable, neediest families. So thank you, Mr. Clemente Carnaval, for your support of them. If there was questions, reference audits or anything, that's on the city end. But they run clean audits. They are great leaders. So thank you, and I hope you do support them.
Thank you. Any further comment? All right, let's have a roll call vote. Oh, I'm sorry.
As I said before, I am Sandra Nanny. I'm the executive director of SOS. I've been here for 35 years. I've served this community honestly and with passion in my heart. And if someone wants to slander me, bring it on, because I will take it on, because I deserve respect. These girls work so hard. These agencies work so hard. If there's proof of anything that has been done wrong by SOS, I want to know about it. Because I guarantee you we've had audits, we've had program audits, we've had fiscal audits without one finding. So just to make a public statement that we are doing something wrong is not fair. It's wrong. It's wrong on your part, not my part.
No. Listen very carefully. I applauded the work that your organization does. But you know good and well what I'm talking about.
No, sir,
where
I do
you
not.
went off in the weeds and led and allowed a political operation to be operated out of the office that no longer exists behind the old police station, where your people were there, you were there, and you ran political operations, I don't know, on your own or at the direction of a city council member or a police chief. I've got files at my office where the Ethics Commission interviewed witnesses. This has nothing to do with SOS. This has everything to do with what you permitted within your offices.
Okay, I would like to give every council member the letter that we received from the Ethics Commission that you filed a complaint with that said there were no findings.
Well, it's deeper than that.
Okay. Well,
Political operations were conducted out of the SOS offices, period.
well, I disagree
They were.
with you, Mayor. I
They were.
disagree with you, so. But if, I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Council members.
All right, I think we're ready for a roll call. There's nothing further from the public. Yes, okay, we have someone online.
Yes, Mayor. We have Ramiro online.
Mr. Orta, good evening. Go ahead.
Hello, Mayor. Romero Horta, 2040 Southeast 19th Street. Just a couple of questions in regards to what was just stated. I have a question. How much exactly are we funding SOS with?
Ms. Brown, real quick, the amount to be funded to SOS?
If I may, Mr. Mayor and Council, SOS is being awarded $243,674.
Did you catch that, Mr. Orta? $243,600 and some dollars.
Yes. And then my follow-up question, just to be very clear, you have three entities that are being funded by the same grant in one location, correct?
Mujer and Christie House and Dade Legal have all represented that they are housed in the same location, correct?
And what is the total amount going to that location?
Mr. Manager, combined total, round numbers?
I think let's kind of get this in context. Their scope of work is not the same. So trying to combine the awards is going to be a little misleading because they're not all doing the same services at the same location. So we'll give you the number shortly.
Yeah, let's give the individual numbers for Dade Legal or Legal Aid, Christie House, and Mujer. And Mr. Orta, you can add them up at home.
Sounds good. I'm not sure if you're speaking, but I can't hear you.
No one's speaking yet. We're going back to the numbers. If you saw
I
our
got 'em,
note,
Mayor, if you
what's
need
that?
'em. I got 'em.
Do you have it there, Councilman Roth?
Yeah, so
Good.
Dade Legal is 72,000. Infamilia, which is not in that building, is 163, $163,081. Mujer is 76,533. I'm sorry, Christie House, and then Mujer is 152,712.
So it's about 300 in
So
round
council,
numbers,
it's
correct?
$301,245.
Did you catch that, Mr. Orta? Just north of $301,000 among the three
Gotcha.
entities. Okay.
Okay, sounds good. And then my follow-up question, your concern with this entity was because they were being leveraged for political campaigns?
I stated that, Mr. Orta, yes.
Do you know whose?
This was in 2015, but for me, that is an irredeemable mistake.
Oh, okay, so it happened back in 2015.
It is
Okay,
not,
sounds good.
not any recent campaign cycle.
Okay, gotcha. But just to follow up on that, but City Council is going to vote to buy a Goodyear building where a political committee was ran out of, just to make sure.
Let's not mix concepts. You can weigh in on that issue later.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you, man. Appreciate you.
Does that conclude the public comment from online? Yeah, sure. Come on down.
Susan Reina with Mujer, and yes, we are at the sanctuary. A small piece of us is. Our other, we're still at the Florida City Center as well. Dade Legal Aid is coming in January. But just for clarification purposes, not 1 cent from Children's Trust budgets from any of these agencies pay for rent out of the sanctuary. We pay that with our own money and with other grants. Just
Good.
for the
Appreciate that. That's a very important point, that that is not your primary location, that you still have your original office in Florida City.
Thank you.
So thank you. Anything further from anyone in the House? Okay. I'll close the public hearing then and ask for a roll call vote on the award of the sub-grants.
Councilwoman Avila,
Yes.
Councilwoman Konski, Councilman Roth.
Yes.
Councilman Fletcher,
Yes.
Councilman Cannibal, Vice Mayor Bailey, Mayor Losner.
No.
The motion carries.
Thank you all. Now, going back to the regular agenda order. Let's pick up with the approval of the consent agenda consisting of tabs 2A, 2B, 2C, and tab 3. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented? Moved by Councilman Roth, seconded by Councilman Cannibal. All in favor? Any opposed? All right. moving on to the quasi-judicial portion of our agenda tonight. Mr. White.
Yes, please be advised the following items on the agenda are quasi-judicial in nature. If you wish to comment upon any of these items, please indicate the item number you would like to address when the announcement regarding the quasi-judicial item is made. An opportunity for persons to speak on each item will be made available after the applicant and staff have made their presentations on each item. Swearing in, all testimony, including public testimony and evidence, will be made under oath or affirmation. Additionally, each person who gives testimony may be subject to cross-examination. If you do not wish to either be cross-examined or sworn, your testimony will be given its due weight. The general public will not be permitted to cross-examine witnesses, but the public may request the counsel to ask questions of staff or witnesses on their behalf. The full agenda packet on each item is hereby entered into the record. Persons representing organizations must present evidence of their authority to speak for the organization, and further details of the quasi-judicial procedures may be obtained from the clerk. In accordance with Code Section 2-590, any lobbyist must register before addressing the council on any of the following items. At this time, I'd ask council members to disclose any ex parte communications concerning the quasi-judicial items on this evening's agenda.
Is there anyone who can say they have not had contact on all items? It's 4 through 11, I think.
I did not have for the palace.
For the no contact with
contact
respect
for
to
the
the
palace,
to
everything
the
else,
Helen
yes.
Holmes items. And all of them? Okay, so with the exception of Vice Mayor Bailey, we're all disclosing with respect to all items tonight.
So at this
Thank
time,
you.
thank you. At this time, I'd ask the clerk to swear in anyone's who wishes to testify on any of the following items. So anyone in the audience this evening who's wishing to speak on any of the following quasi-judicial items, that would be tabs 4 through tab 12. Please stand, raise your right hand to be sworn by the clerk.
Do you hereby swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth? So help me God. Thank you. You may be seated.
Mayor, the following quasi-judicial items can be grouped into 3 projects. Right. Tabs 4, 5, and 6 deal with the first applications, site plan, special exception for a junkyard, special exception for a recycling transfer facility at the same location. I can introduce each one of those items, read them into the record. You could have a collective presentation, public hearing, and then separately take a vote.
Right, let's do it in that manner.
Right, so tab 4, card number 4767, is a resolution of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving an amendment to a previously approved site plan as requested by Joe's Junkyard, Inc. for the development of a junkyard, recycling, and transfer facility located on an approximately 1.9 acre parcel of land located at 175 Southwest 14th Avenue, as legally described in Exhibit A and providing for an effective date. Tab 5, card number 4768, is a resolution of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving a special exception as requested by Joe's Junkyard, Inc. for the development of a junkyard facility located on an approximately 1.9 acre parcel of land, generally located at 175 Southwest 14th Avenue, as legally described in Exhibit A and providing for an effective date. And tab 6, card number 4769, is a resolution of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving the special exception as requested by Joe's Junkyard, Inc. for the development of a recycling and transfer facility located on an approximately 1.9 acre parcel of land, generally located at 175 Southwest 14th Avenue, as legally described in Exhibit A and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. I know we've all been briefed. Is there any objection to going directly from hearing from the applicant's representative, or do we need a staff presentation first? Okay, so let's go directly, I believe, Mr. Arza, or I'm sorry. So accustomed to that. My apologies.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council. Miriam Soler Ramos with office at 701 Brickell Avenue on behalf of the applicant. Do we have the presentation? I received confirmation that it was received on Friday.
Okay, no, technology is always great until it doesn't work.
Is it helpful if I re-forward it? Crisis averted. It's being pulled up.
We need the old TV screen. Please stand by. There we go.
There we go. Okay. So, this property is located at 175th Southwest 14th Avenue. It's about 1.89 acres in total. The existing land use designation is industrial, and its existing zoning designation is planned urban neighborhood district. This has historically been used as a junkyard, and both by the current owner and by previous owners, so it's a use that's existed for a very, very long time. This shows you where in the map it is. Obviously, the planned urban neighborhood occurred after all of this area was being used for these types of uses, and you'll see that in the aerial in a minute. So there's 3 requests tonight. One is a special exception for a junkyard. Again, it was previously an existing use by the same owner. He's owned the property approximately 10 years, and it was inadvertently abandoned due to a non-renewal of a certificate of use, which now requires a new special exception. The second request is a special exception for a recycle transfer facility, and the sorting materials will be limited, and that is one of the conditions of approval, as we'll discuss in a minute. And the third is for a site plan amendment. The facility has 5 existing buildings which will remain, and there will be 1 additional canopy, which is where the recycling and sorting center will be housed. There's about 3,000 square foot of office space, 1,000 of industrial space, and 5,000 of storage space. The new site plan requires 23 spaces within the property, which is non-existent now. Property is already surrounded by an 8-foot masonry wall, which visually shields the operation from the street. And of course, in compliance with your landscaping code, now there will be a significant amount of new landscaping, which includes all of the items that I have set forth here in the presentation. These are the existing conditions. The left image is the aerial of the property. As you see, there's no real site plan in existence today. And to the right is what it looks like from the street today. Obviously, the site plan that you will see in a minute is a significant improvement from the current conditions. This is a proposed site plan which shows the new canopy, which we discussed, along with the significant landscaping and a much more organized site, inclusive of 23 parking spaces. After several DRC rounds and lots of conversations and discussions and amendments to the site plan, today we enjoy staff's recommendation of approval for all 3 requests. However, those do include conditions which the applicant is happy to comply with. Those conditions include that the certificate of use and all of the work done on the property must be completed within 18 months. He intends to do that far faster than that to get his operation running. No queuing on the right-of-way, so only queuing within the walls of the property. No storage of vehicles or materials that exceed the height of the wall, so you would not be able to see the cars and other materials from the outside. Maintaining landscaping, of course. No parking or storage of materials on the right-of-way or outside of the enclosed walls. No parking at the entrance driveways. Recycling and sorting materials limited to copper, aluminum, brass, appliance parts, and vehicles. And that is because, well, one, that's all he needs, but 2, staff was concerned about noxious odors, plastics, and things like that. None of that is going to be recycled here. Of course, obtain all permits from all outside agencies, essentially that's from DERM. There was a comment about updating the site plan to correct a 10-foot sidewalk width. That's already been done. The plans have been resubmitted to the city. And of course, to comply with the city's lighting code to provide safe, efficient lighting that doesn't bleed into the other properties. It is worth noting that most of the properties, all of the properties in that area are commercial, and most have a similar use. Happy to answer any questions that you all might have.
Thank you. So let me open it up to council for any questions or comments on this item. Council Fletcher first, and then the Vice Mayor.
Yes, thank you. And I'm sorry, Ms. Ramos, I didn't think to ask these questions yesterday.
That's
but
okay.
Being that we are in a residential area close by, were there any traffic impact studies performed with the increased recycling?
There was a traffic study, and it showed that it was standard levels of service was not exceeded.
Okay. And for city staff, are there any current code violations on this property? I don't need, yes or no?
Councilman, I'll defer to our co-director.
Other than there's no certificate of use.
I'm aware of one violation other than the certificate of use about striping parking spaces in the front. We requested an extension because obviously if this is approved, the parking will go inside, so that's been granted.
Good evening, Council. At this particular folio, this particular property, there is no outstanding fine. There's only the active violation which is being brought up, which they're correcting by doing this application.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. So, although there are no active, I did ask for a printout of all the previous ones. And what it looks like, and that was one of my questions to you, is how are we going to be able to ensure that these conditions are met? And what it looks like is that issues come up and fines are paid. I have never, I believe, ever driven past here and not seen cars in the right-of-way or not seen cars stacked above the wall height. First of all, if he's been here for 10 years and I've been on council over the Southwest for 8 years, I would have expected a sit down with him to talk a little more about it. No one wants a junkyard in their backyard, but I understand the history. I understand that there does need to be this type of area in all cities, but it doesn't mean that this is how we're going to accept doing business. You can't just continue breaking the law and paying a small fine. So when we met and I said, I don't understand how we can enforce these conditions, after seeing the list of of all these non-compliance issues and how $500 is charged, then $80 is charged, then $80 is charged, and that's just worth it to him to continue paying these fines and not caring about what the area looks like. You can't throw some trees in the front and call it a day. So I would like to hear from everybody else. I don't even have an issue with the recycling piece. I know that that's something we need. I know that our residents use the junkyards in the area to be able to afford to fix cars and get a new door. I understand the need, but I don't know how I feel about having somebody having no pride in their business, or that's all I have for now. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
If I may respond to that one comment? So the only thing, not the only thing, the benefit to this approval is that aside from your code enforcement arm, which you already have and obviously have used, by having the conditions tied to the approval, if they violate it, you can pull their CU. So it gives you an additional hammer, so to speak.
If there's a code violation on one of the conditions, we can pull the CU?
Not a code violation, but the conditions that I spelled out are conditions of this approval. So for example, if tomorrow there's a car that exceeds the 8 feet, now that's tied to this approval.
Is that true? We can pull a CU for a code violation going forth?
If I may,
Sure.
at this time, we don't have CU, certificates of use. We have a business tax receipt, and at this time, they have a business tax receipt not for a junkyard. They have it only for truck storage because they didn't renew it, they lost it, and so DERM only approved them for car storage. The purpose of coming before you is to try to obtain again the special exception to be able to now obtain the BTR.
I understand that, but once the CU is issued, if there's a code violation afterwards, we can't pull that.
Well, Vice, before we even get to that, right? If you all, so the special exception, both the proposed special exceptions are premised on, are tied to the site plan. The site plan has the listed conditions, and the way that so that site plan, if it were to be approved, would be pursuant to those conditions, which are the development order for this property. And in the event that the applicant fails to satisfy those conditions, the way that our resolution development order is drafted, it provides that you will have the ability to seek revocation of the approval associated with this. So there is teeth in that would allow for us, if this is habitual and continual, if this gets approved and those conditions aren't satisfied or remedied, that you all can come back and revisit this and seek redress pursuant to that provision.
Okay, so in actuality, though, a code officer drives by and sees a car stacked above the wall, they'll report it back to you, and it'll come before us to revoke it, or how would that? I don't understand how we're going to be able to keep.
I'm just,
I understand what you're
avenue
saying.
for you all to.
But you say you all, it's not us.
Well, I mean,
We're
you as
not-
the council have the ability, right? I mean, if it's determined that.
Who is determining
You
that?
all would determine that, right? I guess staff would make an analysis
So
or
that's my
evaluation.
question. That's my question. Who would let us know that to make sure that these conditions are being followed?
So I think, Madam Vice Mayor, I think we have a challenge here. If there's a violation, it goes before the special master or magistrate. It doesn't come to the council.
Right, they're two different things. So
Yeah.
certainly staff can bring a code enforcement violation for any violation of the city code. Separately though, if there are violations of this approval, and that's what the city attorney is explaining, it can come, how the city internally does that I can't tell you. But you do have, this does give you the additional teeth to be able to revoke their approval essentially.
So, Madam Vice Mayor, okay. Let's talk through the process for a moment, okay? Assume that a violation happens. The only place or time it would come to council is if it's a lien mitigation. What we've seen is that in some cases, it's going to be either mitigated to 85%, so, and let's say it's paid, so it would never come to council. There's another universe where it is they're a repeat offender, and a recommendation is brought forth. And to be transparent, I will have to look at our code to see what modifications we would need to do to the code to ensure that this process is established. But there's a recommendation that is brought forward from the Director of Code Compliance for a consideration of a revocation for this exception. Should the manager accept that item, we could add a resolution on the agenda, on a council agenda, for consideration for that revocation, and that would be a method of how it would come back to council. It is, however, again, dependent on code making that recommendation, development services doing the monitoring and analyzing, and then ultimately the manager receiving the recommendation and putting forward a resolution for council's consideration. So that would be the other path of getting it back to council should compliance not be met.
Oh, thank you for that. I see this as an opportunity for us to do better. We owe it to the residents that are close to them. We owe it to everybody who drives by there. We owe it to the employees there, to everyone in the city. So I appreciate all that information. I think that's a good opportunity to really think that piece through. And I'm curious to hear what my colleagues say. Thank you.
Thank you. Who would like to speak next? Councilwoman Avila. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to the comments of our Vice Mayor. I was really interested in hearing your take on this property. And just this week, when I did a ride-along to survey the city, I did pass by Roby George Park, and there is another junkyard, not this property, abutting the park. And that property owner has stacking beyond the wall. It also has dirty perimeter walls, trees that I think we're supposed to hide that are missing in different spots, and also the wall seems to be leaning.
Is that the one across Roby George Park? It's the same property owner. It's the same owner in question tonight.
That's not the address that I'm looking at here, though.
Different site, same owner.
Right.
Okay, so then these comments are going to hopefully fix all those issues in this area?
No, Madam Councilwoman, no. So different addresses, different violations, different paths. The particular site that is close by Roby George, I remember when I just started in the city almost 18, 19 months ago, we had a ride along and we saw, and we complete disbelief of the condition. We immediately, at the direction of the manager, ensured that we had a task force with code enforcement and PD, and making outreach to get the and the county to get the property owner to remove the vehicles from the right-of-way, get them inside behind the property line, and to stay compliant. And then dealing with the potential, right, because we haven't done an environmental to verify that, but the potential contamination as a result of the vehicles on the right-of-way. I don't know if that site has an exception as well that would come back to council in the way that I've outlined it. But it is, in that particular case, it would have been a violation issue. We have, as a part of the enforcement, we have installed no parking signs. You know, sometimes it disappears, but it's you know, no parking signs. We have reinstalled the no parking signs.
They recycle them.
I can't speak to that, Mr. Mayor. No parking signs. Right. So we're really trying to work with the owners to keep the right of way clear of the vehicles and behind the properties, but to kind of get back to what is germane, this particular site and the site close to Roby George would be handled in a different manner.
Okay, so the list that you have, Vice Mayor, is that only on this subject property? And are we aware of any other existing violations in general? Like, are there active violations on the other property sites?
Yes, there are active violations on the other property sites, but since the review tonight is specifically for this one property, that was what was brought forward.
Understandable. With regards to the CU and the license that we have, when is that going to be mitigated, and where we have now the two separate items?
So we have been, we deferred, or we delayed the bringing forward of the certificate of use ordinance to council to allow us to streamline several, or rather streamline several of our existing processes with BTRs and renewals, for example, before we added another layer to the process. The administration is ready to bring the item forward. We just wanted to streamline the process and then create that separation, because without a CU process, right, it elongates the BTR process, because what's happening is staff has to review, zoning has to review, and they're reviewing in the context of a CU, but there is no CU. It's a BTR. So with the introduction of a certificate of use process, what will happen is that a business will pay their BTR, and as long as that is stayed current on an annual basis, they will be compliant here. When you introduce a certificate of use process, these issues, should it arise, now the administration, council can have a more streamlined method to bring forward a repeat violator for consideration of the revocation of your CU. And without your CU, you cannot operate.
Correct. And so just to clarify, it would be irrelevant of whether items are stipulated as conditions. It could be even on the basis of a repeat offender for violation.
That is correct.
Okay. So if you're ready to bring that forward within the next 90 days, 60 days, how do you feel, Vice Mayor, about approving this subject to that CU-BTR process? And would that be retroactive to these, because everybody just renewed their BTRs in September?
So to the question of what's retroactive, I'd have to look to the city attorneys. I can't speak to that.
Okay, just for food for thought, and I'll rest there for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone on my left? Councilman Roth? Yeah. Councilman Cannonball? Okay, and this will come as no surprise to the applicant's attorney. You know, upon reflection of this, by virtue of their error, the applicant's error, they no longer enjoy the privilege of operating a junkyard at this site. And they come before us now and seek to reinstate the privilege of operating a junkyard and adding a recycling facility with conditions. So from time to time, folks approach me, they come to the city looking for a smaller industrial site. Not everybody needs the scope and scale that exists in the Park of Commerce, nor can they afford to be in the Park of Commerce. The denial of this tonight, and I do not intend to vote in favor of any of these items for Joe's Junkyard, gives us the opportunity to begin to decrease the number of junkyards in the city of Homestead. But with this site in particular, it's on a main thoroughfare. There are others behind it. This is on a main roadway. Is that really the look that we want? And I acknowledge that, assuming all the conditions were met and the site plan was implemented, it would be light years away better looking than it is today. But I think we have the unique opportunity to philosophically ask ourselves, is that really what we want to see? Is that what we want to promote on a main thoroughfare in the city of Homestead when there are other potential users? So, from that angle, I'm not supportive of this package of requests this evening. Well, we'll get to that. If council is finished for the moment, we'll ask for any public comments. Is there anyone online? Okay, is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak on this matter? Anyone to speak in favor or in opposition to this package of items? Okay, final wrap up.
If there's an opportunity to work through some of these issues, then we'd like to ask for a deferral.
That's your district.
As I mentioned before, I appreciate the business. It is not what anybody wants in their backyard, but it is needed somewhere. So why can't we work together to make it at least not the eyesore that it is? And I would be more supportive if it wasn't the standard of him owning other locations looking the same. I am okay with the deferral. We are going to focus on how our violations are meant to not let these issues continue, and if continued code violations should come with an exponential increase. It's not going to continue being $80 a pop because that means nothing. So if we can have those discussions, then I'll make a motion to defer.
Just for clarification, this would be a motion to defer all three items.
Okay, do we need to do those separately, or can we do one blanket motion?
I think we can do it together. I think it'll be fine if you don't have any objection to that.
I don't. Could we possibly defer to a date certain?
December or January?
I think January.
January. The date of our council meeting for January, regular council meeting, is currently set at?
It's not on this calendar anymore.
There is no next year according to that calendar. Do we have?
It'll be published next year. It's not established yet, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. So the first regular council meeting in January.
Okay.
To be determined. That's your motion?
We'll defer it to January, but because we don't have a date certain, we
Right.
don't know, we'll have to
Sure.
re-advertise.
Okay. And we have a motion and a second, right?
Yes.
Did we have a second? One quick piece of history. Our write-up indicates that there's been a junkyard on this site going back to the 1960s. I don't know where that came from, but I don't think it's accurate, because as far as I know, until 2005, this property was used by former Mayor Rhodes as his roof truss plant. So there's not really a super long history has been represented of this being a junkyard. It was another permitted cleaner industrial use, at least up until 2005, so we don't have that 60-year history.
Was that in staff's report, Mayor?
Pardon?
Was that in staff's report?
Our staff report indicated, yeah. I don't know where it came from, but just to correct that premise here, that there's a legacy at that location. Okay, is there anyone who would like to speak with respect to the deferral? Okay, so we'll close the public comment on the motion and second to defer. We need a roll call vote on the motion to defer this item to the January council meeting.
Councilwoman Konski? Councilman Cannibal? Councilwoman Avila?
Yes.
Councilman Roth?
Yes.
Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bailey? Yes. Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Right. So that dispenses with tabs 4 through
6.
6.
So the next items on the agenda, tabs 7, 8, and 9, all pertain to the same property, same proposed development. This is the Palace Phase 2, if you will. Tab 7, again, tab 7 is for site plan approval. Tab 8 is dealing with a variance. Tab 9 is dealing with a special exception. I can introduce each one of those. You could have a collective conversation, presentation, discussion like we just did, and at the conclusion, take a separate vote on each of those
Yeah,
items.
very good. Let's proceed in that manner. Thank you.
So tab 7, car number 4812, is a resolution of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving an amendment to a previously approved site plan as requested by Helen Homes of South Dade LLC for the development of a 240-bed skilled nursing assisted living facility on an approximately 5.6-acre parcel located at 3100 Campbell Drive, as legally described in Exhibit A, and providing for an effective date. Tab 8, car number 4822, is a resolution of the City of Homestead, Florida, granting a variance request as requested by Helen Homes of South Dade from City Code of Ordinances, Section 30-1, definitions to allow a roof parapet height range between 6 feet and 3 inches to 11 feet and 10 inches, where 5 feet is required, and a variance from City Code Section 30-433, subsections B, 8C, off-street parking area requirements in all districts to permit a total of 145 parking spaces, where 427 parking spaces are required for the development of a 240-bed skilled nursing facility, assisted living facility, on approximately 5.6-acre parcel of land, 3100 Campbell Drive, as legally described in Exhibit A, providing for an effective date. And finally, tab 9, car number 4823, is a resolution of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving a special exception as requested by Helen Homes of South Dade for the development of a 240-bed skilled nursing assisted living facility on an approximately 5.6-acre parcel of land, 3100 Campbell Drive, as legally described in Exhibit A, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. I know we've all been briefed. Is everyone comfortable with the applicant's representative making the presentation at this point? Any objection going? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. My name is Javi Vasquez. I'm with the Gunster Law Firm. Our offices are at 600 Brickell Avenue. I'm here tonight on behalf of Helen Homes of South Dade LLC, better known as The Palace. I have a small team with me tonight, and I'd like to just take the privilege of introducing my team from the ownership group, Mr. Alon Ben David, along with his daughter Niv Ben David, who is online. Mr. Gabriel Salazar, our architect, is here. Mr. Gilman Rodriguez, our project manager, my associate, Janelle Perez. Mr. Cliff Lutan, our civil engineer, is also online. And last but not least, I have a first-year law student from St. Thomas University, Ms. Nicole Carilla, who is shadowing me to see if she likes what I do. So I'd like to welcome Nicole.
See if she likes what we do.
I'm very happy she's here. The subject property, you guys know it well. It's 2 parcels totaling approximately 10 acres at 3100 Campbell Drive. Track A, the northern parcel, was improved with a 201-bed ALF built in 2016. And the other 5 acres, I'm using rough acreages. They're not exactly 5 acres each, but I'm just giving you rough acreages. The track B, the track behind it, is where the Palace is proposing an expansion consisting of 240-bed skilled nursing on that south parcel. And as the city attorney mentioned, there's 3 requests: a site plan amendment, a variance request, and a special exception. Because we bunched them together, I'm not necessarily going to stay in order, but we are going to address all 3. Although the 3 requests are listed as 3 separate agenda items, as we just heard, I will be presenting the application as one. Also, very important to the 3 requests, the 2 tracks, both tracks A and B, are being treated as one parcel for development purposes. Unifying these tracks, which is being accomplished by way of a covenant in lieu of unity of title, has allowed for a more functional design, being that the parking and the circulation driveways will be shared by the two buildings. All three applications come before you with a recommendation of approval from your professional planning staff, subject to compliance with certain conditions, all of which we agree with. First, let me address the special exception, which is an easy one. Your code requires a public hearing for ALFs and skilled nursing facilities with more than 15 residents. Easy. Site plan amendment. Obviously required because we're amending the original site plan, which only included the existing ALF on track A. Before I continue with the rest of the requests and certain issues that I wanted to bring up, I'd like to take advantage of this moment that we're talking about the site plan amendment to bring up Mr. Gabriel Salazar for a quick presentation of our presentation on the site plan. Thank you. Just ask.
Okay.
Oh, you want to hook back?
Oh, there's a clicker here? Okay. Yes. My name is Gabriel Salazar. I'm an architect with Salazar Architectural Group. We've been working with the Palace designing senior living facilities for almost 15 years. This particular facility or community, let me just go, consists of two phases. If you look at the site plan, the phase one, I'm going to read this here from here. Phase one consists right now existing with 201 assisted living facilities. And by the way, that phase one consists of a that's a four-story building, but we're proposing on the new facility a three-story building. The second phase consists of 200-bed nursing, skilled nursing, and that's what we're proposing. Hold on. On phase one, I just wanted to show you some photographs of what was done in phase one. That's an assisted living facility with the 201 units. You can see that the main entry, the character of the main entry created a portico share. It's very elegant. This is very, it creates the perception of a very high-end facility. You have sitting areas, main big sitting areas for all the, all the members to be able to sit, talk, and enjoy socially. We have activity rooms where they do arts and crafts. We have private dining. We have commercial dining. We have an ice cream parlor. If you look at the photograph, something that's very popular. So it's the way that it's designed is these type of facilities, healing facilities, is that you don't want them to look like a hospital. They have to look elegant and they have to look very residential. That's why I show you those photographs. We're proposing on this particular phase two, the 240 beds consists of, if you look at the site plan, we have a three-story portion of the building which houses all the residential units, all the beds. And we have on the right side where we have the amenity, which is 1 story. It's approximately 5 acres, which is the entire site is 10 acres plus. Now here's the, conceptually, I'm going to show you how the plan works. You can see the amenity is basically the 1 story, which is all the portion of the building that has, the green, the beige, and the peachy colors. And then we have in the back the nurse module, or where the units are located, where the beds are located. One of the features that we're doing is, obviously, in these type of communities, is we've got to create a sense of entry. We do that by creating a portico share. If you look at the portico share, it creates the whole sense of arrival on a very upscale community. Also, the amenity consists of very similar to what the photographs I show you. We have dining area, we have private dining, we have activity rooms where they'll do all types of activities, including arts and crafts. But one of the things that we designed specially in this is that we created an internal courtyard. And here's a photograph of what the building would look like in terms of the approach, the porte cochere, you can see there. And the 3-story, if you look at the upper photograph, the 3 stories on the left, but the 1-story portions on the right with that porte cochere. And this is what I was telling you about the courtyard. We created a courtyard to create a sense of private. These type of communities have to be designed inward. You cannot design them so that people are looking out because of the way that the care that needs to take place. And this is a photograph of what the internal courtyard would look like. People will sit there. There's actually tables in the covered corridor where they can actually eat there as well, because it's connected to the kitchen area. And it becomes a focal point, not only for the amenity, people, somebody who's sitting in the amenity looking at the courtyard, but also the units that are looking into the courtyard. You can see it on the right. This is a basic layout of the 3-story portion of the building. In the center, you have the nursing module, the nurses, the offices, support facilities, beauty salon, ice cream parlor, and so on. But this module just repeats itself 3 floors. So if you have any questions, I'm more than glad to help.
So it's important to note that all 3 requests carry the condition that development be in compliance with the plans that were submitted with this application and that were presented to you today. The site plan amendment recommendation and resolution carries additional conditions which I'd like to touch on now. One is that development of the site shall comply with the city's lighting, landscaping, and signage requirements. The second one is the one that I just mentioned, that development will be in compliance, in substantial compliance with the plan submitted. The third condition is that the applicant will submit an application for a hydraulic analysis, and we are proffering that the required improvements, if any, that result from that analysis will be built by the applicant. This may include improvements to the system downstream per Florida statutes, county code, and those that are directly related to the additional demand to allow the system to comply with the basin plan of action as provided by DERM and as part of the consent agreement with DERM. The next condition, the applicant acknowledges that the right-of-way improvements that result from the traffic analysis and needs based on the council's experience may include the addition of dedicated eastbound deceleration right turn lane to minimize operational impacts to through traffic, modification to the median to provide for access management, and modifications to the property's exit lane to convert to right out only. My client has no problem and is proffering tonight that to the extent that it is viable and physically feasible from an engineering perspective, that we will be delighted to provide an eastbound deceleration lane on Campbell Drive with a right only. I tell everyone, and I've told many of you, that this is the smallest trip generator of all uses known to mankind. However, Campbell Drive has its issues, and we recognize that. So in order to put to bed any concerns of anything that could come up in that regard, we have agreed to that deceleration lane. We might have to speak to our neighbor to see if we can get some help with the space that we need for that. But for now, we're putting on record that we are in agreement with that. And then last but not least, the applicant will provide street lighting along the property's frontage on Campbell Drive as required by the Public Works Department. Let me speak to a minute. I've spoken about site plan amendment. and I've spoken about the special exception. Let me speak for a moment about our two variances. The first variance is a variance, and this is a very, very minor ticky-tacky variance, but it's got to be requested. It's a variance to increase the allowable height of the roof parapet from 5 feet to a range between 6 foot 3 inches and 11 feet 10 inches to permit the mansard roof coverage of 46.3%. Staff has analyzed this variance request as per the criteria set forth in 33-42C of your code and concluded this variance, as well as our parking variance, which I'm going to talk about in a minute, meet that criteria. The parking variance. On its face, our parking variance may appear to be unreasonable or offensive. However, as staff has called it out in its report, in the application of the city's current code requirement, it is the city's current code requirement that is unreasonable. I'm going to read straight from staff's report because it's important that you hear this part of it. You guys may have seen this already. I just want to repeat it just for the record. In 1990, the parking standards in the city code for assisted living facilities was established as 1 parking space for every 3 residents, plus 1 parking space for every employee on all shifts. Over time, that standard was removed from the city code, and the minimum parking requirements is now established pursuant to Code Section 30-433, and is not specific to assisted living facilities, but in fact uses the minimum requirements established under the code for commercial uses. So that 427 parking space number that you're seeing, that is the city applying its commercial parking requirements to a skilled nursing center. And as the staff report says, a skilled nursing home will not have ambulant patients. We know they will not be driving, or patients able to drive, and as such, the existing parking requirements are unreasonable. The 1990 standards would require 140 parking spaces. It's 130. And the Miami-Dade County standards would require 145 spaces, which makes our request very, very reasonable and approvable, and that is why the application is being recommended for approval in this regard as well. If I could, I'd like to ask IT to put up the next presentation. Gabriel, did you take it? There's a couple of things that are exciting to report about the Palace. First of all, from an economic benefits perspective, this proposed expansion will create 252 jobs. And then this slideshow that I'd like to show you shows some of the community involvement and sponsored events by the Palace that happen annually in this community. You have the breast cancer awareness, you have back to school supplies and backpack giveaways. I'm sorry, I missed one there. Homestead Police Appreciation Thanksgiving Luncheon, Christmas gift exchange with SOS. Sorry, Mayor. Alzheimer's Association awareness event, and the dog show with Heel to Heel, H2H, annual board of directors installation with the South Dade Chamber. And I think that goes a long way in speaking about the Palace and the legacy that they are leaving in your community. God bless you. So at this time, I'd like to close. As I mentioned, this application comes to you with a recommendation of approval and with conditions that we agree to all of them. I'd like to reserve time for rebuttal. We're not aware of any opposition, but just in case. And before getting off the microphone, I'd like to acknowledge Deborah Storts, Brooke, a wonderful manager. Your staff is amazing. Getting these applications through the pipeline is not easy, and I wanted to say thank you to them publicly. Thank you.
Thank you. So let me open it up to questions or comments from council. Councilman Roth.
Thank you, Mayor. Can we bring up the first picture that you showed us?
Sure.
Of what's there now?
IT?
And well, thank you. So, the Palace Gardens is the elite of assisted living facilities. I've been to that location numerous times, and they do tremendous work for many nonprofits and allow us to come in there, and they provide everything, and it's amazing to me. But when I look at the site that you're showing me on here now, and I'm going to be specifically talking about parking. The last event that I went to, okay, you've obviously carved out that white space there for parking to accommodate the facility in front. So I actually had to park there to an event that I went to recently there because there was no additional parking available at the facility. So I would like to carefully consider the parking variance that you're requesting, because if you're going to take that additional parking away from the current facility that's there and limit the number of spaces that are on the back parcel, we're going to have a problem in the future with people being able to access the property and park there. So I think we need to rethink what parking arrangements you're going to make on this property, seeing that that portion has been carved out for additional parking for the building that's already in place.
Mr. Roth, I'd like to ask my client, Mr. Alon Ben David, to help you with that question.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Alon Ben David. I'm the Vice President for the Palace Group. I build Parcel 1, and with your help, we'll do also the second one. As you mentioned, you've been in an event, and I believe all of you know how many events we are doing. And during event, we have a lot of guests that are invited. This is why we did that white area to accommodate the people that come into the event for the first parcel. We never conduct two events at the same time. On a daily basis, whenever you come to the facility, you will find it with full of parking space. The residents on Parcel A are not driving, Parcel B, less driving. And we are adding more than the required approved from Parcel A parking spaces. So we deliver 150 parking when they require that the city of Homestead adopted when they approved Parcel 1 was the Dade County regulation. So we have 126 parking for Parcel A, and we are adding another 150 parking for Parcel B, when the white area that we are using when we have an event and extended traffic of parking is only 50 parking space. So on top of that, there is another 100 parking space to accommodate the non-driving resident and the rest of the employee that will be there. So your comment was on a specific event, on a specific day. We have 10 events per year that are taking place in the facility, almost one every month, and we know that it's packed. This is the reason we provided additional 150 parking spaces for a smaller facility than Parcel 1, which have only 126.
Okay, I mean, it sounds good, right? But the reality that I see is you've taken up nearly a third of the property behind there for additional parking for the building in front. Regardless of events or whatever, you didn't put that in there specifically for one event. So I would assume that other people are using that today that are using Building 1. So it's not the only event that I've been to that I haven't been able to find parking there. So what I'm suggesting is that we relook at the parking situation, because in the future, if you use up all of the parking that's in that white space, which looks to be about a third of the property that you're going to be building on, you won't be able to host those types of events with proper parking. So I'm just asking that you look at that, because I know it's going to be a problem in the future. You're saying that the site behind there is smaller than the site in the front, right?
No, they are equal. They are 5 acre plus minus.
I understand that, but as far as the capacity for residents,
The new facility will be smaller, yes.
but resident-wise, it's not.
Resident-wise, is not.
Correct. So you're saying it's smaller, yes, maybe by square footage, but for the number of people that are going to live in that facility is actually more than what's in the front building, based on the number of beds that you are suggesting that you're going to put in there.
You're 100% correct.
Right.
I want to mention that this is a nursing home, and not an assisted living. And in a nursing home, people come to rehabilitation. They're not driving.
I understand.
And
My mom
it's a
lived
different
in,
condition.
Listen, my mom lived in an assisted living as well, and she drove every day. So I understand your argument. I'm just making a suggestion and pointing it out that the capacity for parking at your location on certain times is not adequate in the front side of the building. Listen, I'm just one person up here making an observation to save hassles in the future, where you're going to have people that won't be able to park anywhere. Maybe you make an arrangement across the street with the hospital, and then you got people crossing where there's no crosswalks. So I'm just saying maybe we should reevaluate that specific item. The rest of it's beautiful, but I think that that's something that needs to be at least looked at from my point of view. Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, if I may
Thank you, Councilman.
may I add a part to the, Mr. Roth, I would hate to lose your vote on this issue, looking at the exception and not the rule. The exception is the events. Yes, that was added for events, but those are on occasion. I think if you look at the track, the history and the pattern in all of the Palace facilities, which includes Doral, Kendall, Coral Gables, you'll notice that there's a reason for our numbers, because they work. I was just asking Deborah, not just what we're providing for the new facility, but what's being provided in total, and we are exactly at what your 1990 code requires. You can't be looking at today's code, because today's code doesn't take into account that it's a skilled nursing center. So I would love to have your vote. I would love to have a unanimous vote tonight. And I hope that we won't lose your vote over that issue, because again, I know you're looking at the special events, and they do happen, but that's the exception and not the rule. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, Councilwoman.
Thank you, Mayor. I think there's a lot of sense in what Councilman Roth is saying. I don't see why a property owner would build a parking lot a third of the size of the property for the exception. So as I can understand that it is at its best use for overflow parking for events, I see everything that he's saying. And I do also want to say that many of us, if not all of us, are very familiar with the Palace. We appreciate the care and quality of the services that the Palace provides, and the value of the partnerships. They do events, as have been stated, and they also allow organizations like my Girl Scout troop to come in and sing Christmas carols to the residents, and for the Kiwanis of South Dade Santa to come in and pass out stuffed animals to the residents. So it's definitely a dual relationship. So we like to give back as well. You mentioned the jobs. I also appreciate the jobs, and although this is a low-impact skilled nursing facility, I'm pretty shocked that this item even made it to the agenda without a traffic study. So no offense to you, I think that you were put in a very unnecessary predicament, your client as well, and I'd like to know since when do we have items on our development services agenda that do not have a traffic study? In 6 years, I can't recall of one, but maybe someone can refresh my memory. And Why did this skip this process? Why was preferential treatment given to this applicant to bring an application item forward without a traffic study, especially on Campbell Drive, where we just ad nauseum spoke about the turnpike, the failed attempts to try to bring relief to traffic to our residents, and now we're going to have awesome jobs, but they're going to drive there. They're not living there with the residents. So I need staff to kind of
yes, let me explain. This was initially being reviewed by a consultant that was taking care of this application, and they provided a traffic study. But that traffic study was very basic. And as many traffic studies that you probably saw over time, the consultant that is preparing them finds everything perfect. So then we brought another consultant that we just engaged a group of new consultants for planning, and they look at that traffic study, and they found that it was very basic and more things were needed. Like, for example, a traffic count on Campbell Drive, take into account the other improvements that were already proffered by the hospital and by Soleste. So they're working, and also the traffic counts take some time. So since it was more than was initially required to them, after some reviews that they already have, they asked for this condition of allowing them to go with the proffering that any improvements that come out from this comprehensive traffic study, that they will build.
If I could, Ms. Avila, may I add to that for a question from the applicant's perspective, to your question. The condition that Ms. Storch mentioned, that I mentioned in my presentation, gives the city a hold harmless of sorts. Why? Because anything that traffic study requires, we're held to abide by. And in addition to whatever it may trigger, we don't expect much, to be honest with you. I was speaking to the traffic consultant today, and he was saying that the gas station across the street would never trigger a right lane, a decel lane. Notwithstanding, we're still willing to do it. So it gives the city the protection, that condition gives the city the protection that whatever comes from the traffic study has to be abided by. And if we don't comply with that condition, we can lose our approval. So that's why it's not a daring thing, it's something that we feel the city's protected, and it has a hold harmless of sorts.
I appreciate that, and I think there is value in the proffering of the de-escalation lane. However, it is conditional on a neighboring property being able to provide the space. I don't know if you have the right of way. It's that in of itself may not come to fruition, although I appreciate the proffer. But I'm definitely not in favor of setting any precedents, especially not in my district, rather, that we're going to be reviewing development services items without a valid traffic study, and especially in the arterial roadway of Campbell Drive. So in addition to the comments made by Councilman Roth and the roof parapet variance, I really don't see a reason why that should be an issue, but I'll rest there for now. But I don't see myself supporting this item tonight, and I would ask, when is the traffic study counts coming in?
I don't know, it's probably in January. Is your consultant working on that?
Yeah.
I would ask that you defer this item and you bring it back with the traffic study so that we can confidently move forward with this project without creating any unnecessary precedents or issues or concerns. And staff, please reconsider doing this to applicants in the future, because this item was briefed yesterday. I spoke to the attorney yesterday, and I'm finding out that there's no traffic study, so it's really not putting us in a good position. Thank you.
Are you moving to defer?
Is there a request for defer?
So for the benefit of the applicant, and if it's the will of this council to defer, of course, we're okay with that. But we're here, we have the privilege of hearing from the rest of the council.
Absolutely,
as far as how they feel about the application.
I would encourage.
This is my opportunity, if there is going to be a deferral, to take back comments, and I'd like to hear the comments.
Exactly, and that's what I was going to say as well, and it would be a shorter meeting for you in January. So thank you.
Thank you.
So I think we do have Motion to defer?
A motion to defer, but for additional comments from
Sure,
council.
certainly, yeah, with the caveat that we'll go ahead so do we have a second to defer? Moved by, seconded by Councilman Cannonball. Does that conclude your comments for the time? Okay. Anyone else like to? Yes, Vice Mayor Bailey?
Thank you, Mayor. So just to clarify regarding the traffic study, you mentioned it is their consultant who is performing it. Is that typical? Don't we have our own?
It's always typical that when they first come, they proffer a methodology. That methodology is reviewed by our traffic consultant that they pay with cost recovery. So they are in agreement and they prepare the traffic study. Since this started before I was here, the consultants were not very thorough and the traffic study resulted to be very basic. So when this new consultant reviewed the traffic study, they determined that more analysis was needed.
And it's just a matter of gathering counts now. We're not expecting any surprise.
I appreciate that. I appreciate your proffer to make it right. It just is, it would be nice for us to hear it before.
Absolutely, Vice Mayor.
The one question I wanted to ask was more out of curiosity. Are all of your residents private pay? No. Do you mind? Thank you.
If I may, a few more sentences about the traffic study. Back in 2014, when we started building phase 1, a complete, total, full traffic study was done, which included the second phase facility with the number of beds that is building right now today to take into consideration and was approved. We didn't change the amount of bed. We didn't increase the activity within those 10 acres between phase 1 and phase 2. It remained the same as it was approved back in 2014. The only impact that can erase from the new required traffic study is that the acceleration entry lane to the property, which we agree that if will be required by the study, we will own it and we will do it and we don't have any problem with it. So this is with relationship to the traffic study, and the parking places exist, required, and approved back in 2014 for the facility.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I think we're all kind of saying the same thing. She just acknowledged me.
Yeah,
Excuse me, I'd like to just make a comment on that.
Please.
That traffic study, since that time, other things have happened. So we cannot use an old traffic study for something that you did not build, okay? That a few later projects came in and were dependent on your current traffic patterns, and then now just skip the line and go backwards and do your traffic, your parking and your plans based on an old traffic study. We can, and is as good stewards of our responsibilities up here, just say, oh, that traffic study is acceptable.
No, you're absolutely right,
Okay.
and I probably didn't express myself properly. The only thing I say that everything changed in Homestead. All the new development all around does not impacting the activity within those 2-acre facility as far as employee, beds, resident, and other traffic that take place inside.
Can you address your question?
Yes. No, not all our residents are private paid.
Can you just talk a little bit? Do you have any programs? Like you guys are amazing community partners. You didn't mention the MLK breakfast that you sponsor every year, and I just thought this is a great opportunity as a wonderful community partner that as you grow, that you potentially either add to that programming to help some of our residents that might not be able to afford it.
So the new facility that we are building, inclusive also of a rehabilitation center, that, as you know, we're getting people out of the hospital, out of surgery, out of different conditions, and we're taking care of them as long as they need, as much as they need. We have the residents that are sitting also on hospice in this type of facility. It's not like the assisted living. The first phase that we build, that people are staying for longer terms. Over here, those are shorter terms. In that facility, people are less mobile, and as I mentioned, not all of them are financing themselves. As far as other activity and other program that we are doing for the resident and with the resident and with the community, we have those program of getting kids with school to come and be with the elderly people. The government payment, the Medicare, Medicaid, depend on the insurances that they have, and
For the ALF portion, not for the residents, correct?
for the nursing home.
For the nursing home.
For the nursing home,
But not
yes.
for the residents. There's, right, so the residents are all paying out of pocket. That's not,
No, they're not paying out of
I
pocket.
we're deferring anyway. Maybe we can sit down. I'm just curious how it works.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ms. Bailey, since we are going to have a deferral, I'll be happy to give you a little bit more.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and get most of the questions out of the way that can be addressed and have a faster hearing, hopefully, I perceive, in January. My first comment, Mr. Vasquez, is not directed to you, but it's directed to ownership, and it is my biggest concern that has come before me tonight. Of all the times I've been to the Palace and been welcomed by you and your partners and attended events, not once have you ever taken me to the ice cream parlor. I did not know it existed. I'm struggling with the parking math as well, and we have time to address that. I will say, you know, as many times as I've been to the Palace, at different times a day for different kinds of events, I think only one time has parking been tight. It may not be convenient, but it's available. And again, and this goes back to third grade, I'm struggling with the math. If this is built out and you've got 441 beds, that results under the old code of the requirement for 147 parking spaces.
We have 240 in the new.
Yeah, but you're talking 240 plus the existing 201.
Right, we have 240 skilled nursing.
Right?
And 201 assisted
201.
living.
So that's a total of 441.
441, yes, sir.
Right. So a third of that's 147. So you're proposing 145 spaces. So that doesn't leave any room for staff. And I get that they're in 2 or 3 shifts.
There is a confusion because the 145 that they are proffering is for the second phase. On the first phase, they have 126 parking spaces.
Right,
So
and that maybe is part of the
total
confusion because I've gotten 2 different answers. Is this 145 requested for just phase 2?
Yes.
Or the entire, whole different story then?
Because what is there was approved and complies with that one parking.
So
per
that would go
3
back to my other question to analyze the request for 145, is how many spaces are there now?
126 parking spaces.
126?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay. And that's around the building. That doesn't necessarily include the famous white spot that Councilman Ross been talking about?
That's correct.
Okay. Fair. That gives me a point for analysis. Now, with respect to the deceleration lane, to me, it would be inconceivable that as part of the approval process for the project to the west, that there wasn't right-of-way required there. I think that's a no-brainer, that there would be the right-of-way there as part of that site plan, and that's something we're going to have to determine between now and January, because even though I get this is a low-impact thing, we live and suffer through Campbell Drive every day, And for me, the deceleration lane and the exit right-hand only are virtually non-negotiable. They need to happen, and we'll have to rewrite the resolution in light of the results of the study and a review of whether or not the right-of-way is available. And if it's not, we've got a whole lot of other questions to be answered as to whether or not why Midtown Homestead did not dedicate that. So, and I would find that inconceivable. So that's where I would be. All right. So do we have any, let's take public comment on the deferral.
May I make a request?
Sure.
May we respectfully request that the deferral be to the December meeting, not January? We think we'll have the counts by then.
Well, obviously that's contingent upon the receipt and review of the traffic study.
Of course.
Is that? Yeah. So what's the date of that meeting? About a month from now, right?
December 17th.
December
If they're ready, we'll set it. If not,
right. And if not,
that's fine. No problem here. So
Thank
you
you,
accept that to the
Councilwoman.
maker of the motion for the regular December meeting? 17th? Okay, very good. All right, I think did you second it? Did you second it? You seconded it.
Yeah.
So you're okay with December? All right, so we don't have any other public comment, so we need a roll call vote on the deferral of each of these items to the December 17th meeting.
Councilwoman Avila?
Yes.
Councilwoman Konski? Councilman Roth?
Yes.
Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Councilman Cannibal? Vice Mayor Bailey? Mayor Lawson?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Vasquez.
and thank you so much for helping us with
Thank
the
you.
December possibility.
Okay. Mr. White, I think that
Yes, moving
takes
on.
us to tabs 10, 11, and
10, 11, and 12 deal
as a
with the
joint discussion, yes.
Yes. How we've done the previous two. Tab 10, 11, and 12 deal with the same property and a proposed development. There's tab 10 is a site plan, 11 is a corresponding tentative plat, and 12 is special exception. I can introduce each one, collective conversation, public hearing, take a vote separately.
Sure.
So tab 10 is a resolution, car number 4824 is a resolution of the City of Homestead, Florida, granting site plan approval as requested by Kingston 328 LLC for the development of two freestanding 2,500 square feet retail and restaurant buildings, 10,000 square foot retail building, a gas station consisting of a 45,000 square foot convenience store, 6 gas pumps, and ancillary car wash on an approximately 4.102 acre parcel of land, generally located at 888 Southeast 28th Avenue, is legally described in Exhibit A and providing for an effective date. Tab 11, car number 4825, is a resolution of the City of Homestead, Florida, granting tentative plat approval as requested by Kingston for the development of two freestanding 2,500 square foot retail restaurant buildings, 10,000 square foot retail building, gas station consisting of 4,500 square foot convenience store with 6 gas pumps and ancillary car wash on an approximately 4.01 acre parcel of land located at 88 Southeast 28th Avenue. It's legally described in Exhibit A, providing for an effective date. And finally, tab 12, car number 4826, is corresponding special exception. This is a resolution of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving a special exception as requested by Kingston for the development of two freestanding 2,500 square feet retail and restaurant building, 10,000 square foot retail building, gas station consisting of 4,500 square foot convenience store, 6 gas pumps, ancillary car wash on an approximately 4.012 acre parcel of land generally located at 888 Southeast 28th Avenue, is legally described in Exhibit A and providing for an effective date.
Very good. Before we take this up, let's move to extend the meeting from 8:30 to 9:30. Moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? If there's no objection, we'll let Mr. Vasquez make his presentation on this.
Thank you once again,
grouping of
Mayor and
items.
council members. Once again, my name is Javi Vasquez at the Gunster Law Firm. I'm with Gunster at 600 Brickell Avenue, and I'm here tonight on behalf of Kingston 328 LLC. I have a small team with me on this one as well. From the ownership group, I have Mr. Richard Sanchez and Aurelio Rodriguez. Our architect, Carlos Cardoso, who you're going to hear from, is with DTI. Andre Martinez from Hedoni is our our civil engineer. My assistant, Janelle Perez, and as I mentioned earlier, Nicole Carilla, who's shadowing and learning. The subject property is that 4.1 acre parcel located at the southwest corner of 328th Street and 152 Avenue, North Canal Drive and Kingman Road. Kingston 328 is proposing a small neighborhood center consisting of 3 buildings. Mr. Cardoso will go into the details as to the size of the buildings, and a gas station with a convenience store. The request before you tonight, necessary for the proposed development, it also consists of 3 requests. In this case, it's a site plan approval, special exception, and tentative plat approval. As with the prior application, I will be presenting our application as one, although the 3 requests are listed as 3 separate agenda items. And also, as with our previous application, the 3 applications come before you with a recommendation of approval from your professional planning staff with a condition, all of which we are in agreement with. Let me take a little deeper dive with regards to the requests. First, a special exception. It's a technical requirement triggered. A technical requirement triggers the special exception request, being that the proposed gas station is not specifically named in the list of allowed uses in the Villages of Homestead Master Plan. Staff's recommendation is approval subject to a list of conditions, which once again we agree with. And there's 3 notable conditions that I want to highlight from staff's list of conditions. Some of them are standard conditions. One is that the gas station gas prices and the advertisements for that shall be posted on monument signs no taller than 5 feet. Services, this one's kind of interesting, and I kind of like it. Services such as ice or propane tanks, ATMs, mailboxes, and those that are typical to being on the sidewalk of a convenience store will be allowed to be accessed from the exterior of the convenience store, but shall be housed within the envelope of the building. No exterior services such as ice dispensing, propane, ATMs, or mailbox will be allowed to be placed on the sidewalk, which I think is pretty cool. And the other notable condition, which is good to mention, is that the hours of operation for the car wash will be limited from 8 a.m. to 9:30 p.m. Site plan approval, as we did with the last application, I'd like to call Mr. Carlos Cardoso, our architect, to give you a quick run-through on the presentation.
Mayor, if I could interject, I just found out that the plans have changed and been modified, and so as originally advertised for each one of these items, it indicates that there is, it's 2 freestanding 2,500 square foot retail restaurant buildings, and that's not the case. It's been now changed to one of those buildings is 2,400 square feet, and then the secondary building is 3,800 square feet. So this item is going to have to be re-advertised and reheard, and the agenda materials and the corresponding plans are going to have to be updated and included for your consideration.
So none of these
you
should
can't
go
take action
forward.
on this tonight.
Okay. Improper advertising. Well,
Right.
not improper, but not consistent with what's before us. Motion to defer by Councilman Ross, seconded by Councilwoman Avila.
Do we do you want to defer all 3 items
All
to
3, that's
a
with
date
respect to all
certain
3.
in December, or?
If they're ready, yeah, let's do it to December, and they can be ready or not.
Mr. Mayor,
Is there enough
Council?
time to advertise? Does that give us enough time to re-advertise? Okay.
So that'll come back the same day?
Mr. Mayor and Council?
Absolutely.
Mayor and Council?
Yes.
As a city manager, I'm a little disappointed from what I'm hearing tonight, and I've never seen this happen before. It's my request, out of respect to Council and Mayor, that this item be deferred indefinitely until I'm satisfied that the materials that are being provided to city administration are consistent with what we're advertising. I don't think, and I'm not in a position to move forward in December unless I see consistency in material submissions and properly reviewed by the city land use attorney, Mr. James White. I'm not going to be comfortable coming back here in December.
I appreciate that, and I
Okay.
just want to state for the record, I've known the city manager for a long time, that there's been no funny business here. I was about to ask, kind of like, where did we slip through the cracks, because we did start with the 2,500 square foot buildings, there were revised plans submitted, and how the original plans were advertised and not the revised plans, I don't know, but I want to make sure, Mr. Manager, that you understand that, you know, we're also a little bit surprised, and I hope that this is not triggering anger in any way that is based on any intention on our part. That's all I wanted to make sure you understood, because we did submit revised plans, and I think we had the right to believe that they were advertising the correct set of plans, and somehow that didn't happen. And, you know, things happen, and I'm going to take it as such, but I'm also at a loss in not understanding what may have happened.
Thank you. Till released by the city manager's office. And, you know, if you could deter, and look,
Which is yours,
the advertising is nowhere near as expensive as the attorney and other professionals spent their time to come here tonight. But if the mistake was on us, we certainly need to bear the cost of the re-advertising.
I would love to understand what happened, because I'm not.
We all
You've
would.
been doing this for a long time, and I've been doing this for a long time, and I've never been in this situation before. And obviously, I understand why there's no option. I would hate to lose a December opportunity, but if the manager is not happy with that, we'll respect that.
I've never seen it either.
I can explain. What happened is that the site is very tight, so the drive-through, we worked around it many times. There were many iterations of the site plan. So this was the final version, and the application was never corrected to reflect what is the final version. So we advertised based on the application that came with these areas and was never amended.
Councilman Fletcher, this is your district.
Yes, and thank you. I was kind of looking forward to defer this item anyway, because again, and I don't believe it to be a fault of the attorney, he's taking ownership of it, but I wasn't notified of this until yesterday in my own district, that somebody wanted to build a nice little gas station on the corner in my district. So it was kind of befuddling, similar to what Councilwoman Avila had to deal with. I don't quite get it, but this will allow for some things to fall in line and allow further clarification as the future product that's going to go on this property. So,
Mr. Manager, is there any possibility that you will reconsider the indefinite nature of the deferral?
I have a lot of in-house review to do. You've known me for long.
Sorry?
You've known me for a long time. I'm totally embarrassed. So I want to fix this.
Well, certainly, obviously, as you just heard, this was not intended to be cause embarrassment to anybody. I
Mayor, if I may-
apologize for this whole.
Councilwoman.
Thank you, Mayor. Also, you know, one of my concerns was that we were walked on with a corrected memorandum, which clearly states in the corrected one that a gas station is not specified as an allowable use. Whereas in the briefing, I was advised, you know, according to the memorandum, tentative plat approvals, and I don't see a mention of,
The special exception?
and perhaps I overlooked it because of how brief the time from being briefed and the application is. But that is something that I also would like to have an opportunity to review and make sure that that's what the residents of Keys Gate specifically would like to have. Now, I would like to also say that with the renderings that I've seen, quite beautiful for a gas station and retail. So for what that's worth, I look forward to it coming back, but with that, with
Just
those
for the record,
opportunities.
the special exception has been a mainstay of our application since day one.
Right, but it wasn't the highlight of what we were looking at in terms of what I was briefed on. So it was kind of new to me that, oh, a gas station isn't allowed, and so we'd be adding it as a use, so.
But I think I'm sorry to interrupt, just to clarify, gas stations as an ancillary use to a convenience store have always required a separate approval, and those have come before us. But I
So
think
to-
the distinction here is that gas stations are not specifically permitted under the DRI. Is that correct?
Just for everyone's clarification, in the DRI, there are broad categories, right? And this is commercial, but neighborhood commercial. But there's no definition of neighborhood commercial, and there's not a list of permitted uses that fall under neighborhood commercial. So that's what I think Ms. Stewart was explaining in her memorandum. But similar to how we always treat convenience stores and gas stations, in abundance of caution, we're just going to apply what we do in other business districts and handle this the same way. To accompany a site plan, you would need a special exception approval for the convenience store with gas pumps.
Thank you for that clarification. I do appreciate it.
And, we certainly hope to fix this thing, and at the same time, I feel better that it's going to allow us to work with the commissioner of the district as well as with the rest of the council, of course.
Thank you, Mr. Vasquez. All right, so I think we need a roll call vote on the motion to defer.
Councilwoman Konski? Councilwoman Avila?
Yes.
Councilman Roth?
Yes.
Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Councilman Cannibal? Vice Mayor Bailey?
Yes.
Mayor Lawson?
Yes.
The motion carries.
All right,
Thank you.
back to an easier one, tab 13.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Tab 13 is the first reading of an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, amending the City Code of Ordinances by amending Chapter 23, Signs and Advertising, Article 3, Signs, Division 3, Regulations, Section 23-87, Mural Approval Process, to update and further clarify the review and approval standards and procedures for murals, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Would this be an opportunity to bring, yes? Okay. So, as many of you have heard before, I am very interested in rolling out this Maui mural project. I'm not one to jump quickly into things, but I have joked about it, I've talked about it, and I feel like it maybe was a good idea back in the day. There are so many little corridors that are leading to Maui. We've got obviously Losner Park, the Cybrarium. I think there is a very interesting opportunity for you to consider as one of the maybe first overlay ideas to include some commercial buildings in this language would be the back part of Paramount Dance, the bathrooms of Losner Park. Our new city mural, right, will be facing that direction. So just as a kind of entranceway to the back end of the park. And then eventually, I'm comfortable with waiting on that piece unless there is not an opportunity to do it again. I would love to consider as well anywhere, right, a block over from the historic piece of Chrome Avenue, west down Maui, from that block west to 187th Avenue.
To fall under the category of the larger
Mural allowances, yes. We have La Patrona Bakery, who has submitted something to the city. I understand the hesitations. I remember countless conversations at the very beginning, and I was still learning things. But I really do think that the businesses that are currently there are going to do something that's going to help their area, right? We have Diaz Supermarket, which I am saying already has a mural on their wall because it's their signage that includes a lot of pictures of fruits and vegetables. So I see them doing something like that. We have Lewis Electric, we have Lester's Plumbing, we have ABC Distributors, who have been known to do great things in the communities where they are. Kicks Youth for Christ, which was the first mural that I had approved back when the old signage was the very little 20%. So I just wanted to put that out there again for discussion and see if you as well shared that vision or if there were any questions.
Let me ask the attorneys, because I'm not that familiar with it. is there provision in the ordinance now that would allow a privately owned property to have a variance or an exception from that size limitation?
We currently don't have one in place now. It's just the maximum of
Right.
the square footage or 20%, which is ever less.
That may be the better path to provide the opportunity for private property, other than your corridor. Unless you want to define the corridor and limit it to that, or did you want to give maybe all businesses the opportunity?
I think maybe the safer route to go right now would be to consider an overlay in this specific area. I think that's what most cities have done, is there's an arts type district, right? So to really focus that first on our downtown and that Maui corridor, I think that might be the smartest first move. Obviously, I would personally love to see art everywhere, but I think that's opening some boxes that we might not be able to control right now. But as the opportunity arises in different, who knows with any of these mixed development.
So we could call out specific privately owned businesses or a corridor. Because for example, you mentioned the back wall of Paramount Dance Studio. I've always had an idea that north-facing wall of Jacobson's would be a neat spot for a mural. So if we're going to call out those businesses.
So the north side of Jacobson would face our mural?
Which would face our mural.
Yeah.
With line.
With the way they have their
Yeah.
sign already, it looks mural-ish.
Mhm.
Definitely. So that would be included in this overlay type corridor. It would include Jacobson's. We could include the side, the back of Jacobson's, the new throwback tattoo and collectibles business that's opening. Sac Passe doesn't have any back wall.
But do we really want murals on the fronts of buildings
No.
facing Chrome Avenue?
Oh, no,
That's-
definitely not.
That's
No.
the rabbit hole we
No,
need to avoid.
100%. It needs to be that corridor
Side or
would be
rear.
the right, correct. And maybe we don't want to do side right now. Maybe we don't want that, not competition, but maybe we don't want that other mural facing ours. That's something we can think of. I didn't think of that
Because,
side.
you only see our future mural going north, you'd see Jacobson's going south. Of course, they would have to want it, but, we're opening that door.
Sure.
Can I get a clarification? Is it one block west of Chrome and then the Maori, or are we also talking about the east side of Chrome?
So from previous conversations, it was to protect the
West
historic
Maui,
piece, so it would be west.
Okay, I think I recall motioning that 3 times on the last conversation. So if
Maybe
you're
this
making the
time we can
motion
get a
this time,
second.
I'll second it.
I'm
You
sorry.
need a
just-
motion?
I
More
just-
clarification.
You need a motion, or is it just direction to
It's
bring it
becoming
back?
a workshop.
So, in order for me to draft this, right, I just need to have 2 questions. First is, we need to pin down the exact location that we are going to allow murals to exceed what's currently already the standard in the code, right? So we're going to carve out an exception for an area that would allow you to exceed what's in the code. So my first question is, we'll establish what those parameters are. Second question is there an upper limit or a maximum? Or certainly that's something that staff can look at based on other mural programs and come back with a suggestion. But I would put some limitation on what would be reasonable with other jurisdictions may have done with similar mural programs.
Limitation as far as what?
Like
Size?
like put a ceiling on the size of
private
how big the mural can be, or like what the parameters of how, because right now, right, we have a size, or we say 20% of the wall, which is ever less. We're going to carve out an exception for an area that can exceed that, but do you want a ceiling? Like, do you want a maximum of how big this area can have a mural?
So for the purposes of this type of corridor, no, I think an entire wall is
Okay.
what is going to
I'm
give
just-
that wow.
I'm
No,
just asking.
and I'm throwing it out there for everyone to consider and get a visual on. But no, I would think that for this specific reason, just like we wanted ours to go the entire length of the building.
We could, I mean, it's simple, we could say, may exceed the square footage and wall percentage currently, right? I can draft it that way.
These defined
Right.
corridors.
So if we were talking around, I just need a little clarification on what the area, the definition of what we're looking at.
So if
Maui Drive, on either side of Maui
West of the
Drive,
Cyber.
from Chrome, west
do we want to include the building, the previous 4/8, the side of that building, which you would see coming? You don't like
Yeah,
the
better than the
plywood?
plywood.
I am okay with starting one building west of 4/8, or whatever it's
Those
called
are,
now.
that's all, well, with the exception of the,
MAC?
the MAC building, that's all publicly owned, all the way down to the
Right.
Cyberarium.
These are opportunities for businesses to do something to add to this corridor.
Or you don't have to exactly pinpoint it tonight. We have some idea. We can work with staff and come back with some recommendations for you all to consider if that.
Okay?
Yes, do that.
And then to consider the north and the west side, starting at Jacobson's and including the back ends of those businesses going to Losner Park, including the Losner Park bathrooms, which
Well, that
we
entire
were
block,
now.
the rear of the
Exactly.
buildings of that entire block. Those will face Losner Park in our future parking lot that came with the 204 building.
Right.
So that's what we can do. We can take what you've discussed tonight, we can talk with staff and fine tune it.
Kick it around.
And then bring it back for second reading, and then you all can modify it at that point even further if you need to.
May I second it?
I think it's just some direction
Mr. Mayor? Mr. Mayor?
Yes. Councilman Fletcher?
I would just like to offer that, we're narrowing our scope. Why don't we widen it a little bit so we don't have to revisit this every 6 months? Let's take it to 6th Avenue on the west side. There's not a whole lot of impacts there, really, business-wise. Let's just take a look at it, expand it. That way we're not having to come back and rehash this out. Thoughts only.
But
Thank you.
you can't have too much of a good thing.
May I? I just have a question there.
Yes.
James, between now and then, can you just make sure you do some briefings on reminding us what the criterias, the allowables, the mechanisms for changing and canceling in the future? I remember we had those discussions then, but I don't remember exacts. And we also have new council, so you'll have to do some briefings before that. Thank you.
All right, so I think you all have what you need. Now moving on to cap.
Wait,
Well,
no, we
So
didn't
do I-
take a vote.
Yeah, I need to.
We had
finish-
direction for second reading, but not a, we
Okay,
didn't
so we're
take-
going to pass this on first reading with direction
Yes,
for,
we
okay.
did not take a vote yet, so
So
if I could
you
have that.
move first reading of the existing, and we've given them instructions for second reading.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Avila seconds. Is there any public comment? I didn't think so. Roll call.
Councilman Roth? Councilwoman Avila? Councilwoman Konsky? Councilman Cannavale?
Yes.
Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bailey? Mayor Lawson?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Moving on to tab 14.
Tab 14 is the first reading of an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, amending the budgets for each of the several funds and departments of the city for the fiscal year beginning October 1, 2025 and ending September 30, 2026, by increasing the total budgeted revenues and expenditures by $23,022,895, providing for repealer, severability, and an effective date.
Thank you. Does anyone need an additional staff report? And for those few folks watching, we're not conjuring up new money. We're just rolling over unspent but budgeted money from the prior budget year. Moved by Councilman Fletcher, second by Councilwoman Avila. Is there any public discussion? Close the public hearing. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Cannibal? Yes. Councilman Fletcher? Yes. Councilman Roth? Yes. Councilwoman Koski? Councilwoman Avila? Vice Mayor Bailey? Yes. Mayor Losman?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Tab 15, please.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Tab 15 is the first reading of an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, amending the budgets for each of the several departments within the general fund with an overall net zero effect on the total budget of the general fund of the city for the fiscal year beginning October 1, 2024, ending September 30th, 2025, providing for repealer, severability, and an effective date.
Thank you. Council? Moved by Councilman Fletcher, second by Councilman Cannibal. Any further discussion from council? Hearing none. Any public commentary on this item? I'll close the public hearing and ask for a roll call vote on tab 15.
Councilwoman Avila? Councilman Cannibal? Yes. Councilman Roth? Yes. Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Councilwoman Koski? Vice Mayor Bailey? Yes. Mayor Losman?
Yes.
The motion carried.
All right. Tab 16, Mr. Pearl.
Yes, tab 16 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving a purchase sale agreement and authorizing the issuance of a note in an amount not to exceed $1,666,812 to secure a loan for the purchase of a property from the sellers of the property located at 406 Washington Avenue, providing for a covenant to budget and appropriate non-ad valorem revenues for the payment of the loan, providing for the security of the note, approving and authorizing the execution and delivery of a loan agreement, and note with such other documents as may be necessary in connection with the loan, providing for severability, providing for repealer, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Manager, is Mr. Beck the lead on this? Can you bring us up to date on where we are on this transaction?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Good evening, Council. As the attorney has stated, the item before you is to proceed with the purchase offer for 406 Washington. The agreement in the contract would stipulate a $1 million initial payment to be made. As you'll see in the agenda item for the CRA today, there is the proposition for that down payment to be funded through the CRA. The additional payments that would be required would be funded through this debt service that the city would be issuing. We, as a part of the process, have engaged a consultant to do a phase one environmental site assessment, which, as you all saw, had a delay in being delivered, but was delivered to today for our receipt. And that is the general summary of where we're at. So certainly glad to answer any questions that you have or further discussion.
Well, thank you. Let me open it up to questions or comments from council. Would like to kick it off. Councilwoman?
Thank you, Mayor. For staff, are we still currently in our due diligence period of the contract?
Yes,
That's
we are.
correct.
The due diligence period was 60 days commencing on October 1st, so it will conclude at the end of this month.
Okay, and I know that we just got the report, 1,000 pages practically.
We did.
Did we receive any reports from the seller with regards to environmental that we could have reviewed?
There are none that I am aware of, and I do understand that that was requested. I'm not sure that they were available or that they were attained. So no prior reports were received.
Okay. Considering the purchase price, considering the different valuations, and I mean the delta in this case where we were looking at and considering the value of the control factor, it's about $2.2 million compared to land value versus purchase price. And because we're not going to operate the property in its current condition, we're not going to If we were to sell the property, we would have to mitigate. We don't know what the liability and the cleanup costs would be, and I think it would be irresponsible of us to proceed with this purchase agreement. So I would be moving to terminate this contract immediately under the due diligence period that is allowed for it within the contract terms. And I just don't see how we could feasibly be able to identify and get any additional information we would need within the due diligence, and even just considering an extension to that wouldn't be feasible compared to what the asking price is or the contract price is compared to the evaluations that we have. To be able to know that we could mitigate and any contamination, et cetera. And I do see that there's emails from the environmental company. Is that the same company that we just got the report from?
Yes, Councilwoman, that is. Those were some of their early findings that they had conveyed in those emails that were part of what was included in the overall report received today.
Okay. So with that, that is my motion, and I'll rest there. Thank you.
Do we have a second to the councilwoman's motion to terminate immediately? And seconded by Councilman Roth. So I'd be happy to entertain some questions or comments from council, and I know the property owners are in attendance and would offer them the opportunity to respond to any commentary or questions following the initial council discussion. Councilman Fletcher.
Yes, one question, Mr. Mayor, and this is to the city attorneys. Isn't there a clause in the current contract that we can extend the due diligence if needed?
To complete of the environmental assessments, for the purposes of completing environmental assessments.
So we could, if we wanted to extend it 60 or 90 days?
I'd like the assent of the, I would not want that to be a source of contention with the seller.
Sure.
So with the seller's consent, we could do that.
Understood. Thank you. That's it.
You got it?
Yeah.
Okay. Vice Mayor Bailey.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, we've had hesitation up here before of us acting as landlords or purchasing big dollar amounts. I was a yes the first time because it is such a unique corner. Not to mention the opportunity of having some of the current employees continuing it. Those were all selling points for me and made it an easy yes. Of course, it's concerning to want to know what is the state. So that was my first question, is why can't we extend it a little more? I think that is only fair to understand exactly what we're getting into. I think we owe it to our residents to know what the purchase is potentially going to end up costing us. So I would also be very interested to know if we are able to push that date forward or backwards, to give us a little more time to be able to not only get phase one, but we need to see if the real information comes. So that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions from council at this point? And I'd offer the opportunity for the potential sellers, the contract sellers, to come forward and make any comments they would wish to make this evening. Hi, welcome.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Jennifer Woolman. I'm the listing agent. I'm with Avanti Way Commercial at 8400 Northwest 33rd Street in Doral. We did have a letter of intent that was offered. I know you guys know the history. We listed it in March of this year. We received a letter of intent for 2.6. We turned it down. We got another letter of intent for the full asking price. We were going to contract, and because of the history that the sellers have, they've been in the property more than 22 years. They've raised their children here. They presented it to the city because of where it's located and because of the city's strategic plan. So based on that, we went into contract. We did allow for an additional 60 days, I believe it is, or an extension beyond the 60 days for the second phase of the environmental impact report, because we know that those do take time. The sellers here, again, their ties to the community are strong. They really like the strategic plan. They were a part of the strategic plan in that whole process, so that is why it was presented to the city. The pricing for these types of properties is very high. They're in high demand, especially with private equity firms, because they are difficult to come by. They're triple net leases. They did want the owner to stay. The owner was not going to stay unless it was with the city for this deal. I'm sorry, I'm losing my voice. Unless it was for working with the city, and it was to keep his employees who have also been there for decades. So that was why it was presented to the city, and we backed out of the previous contract.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, council members. I came here right out when I left the Army in 1983. I went to work for my father-in-law right there in Edsel, 1983. I worked there for 6 years, and then God called me to law enforcement, and a lot of you know I ended up with a 27-year career as a DEA agent here in Miami, working undercover for half of it, and then having a half of a career getting ready to retire, training cops, and having time on my hands. And we were given the opportunity to go back into that store in 2001, and we're given the blessing of being able to actually purchase it, the property. And my wife's been doing a great job running. We were told this week that we are the #1 retail and wholesale purchaser and distributor of Goodyear tire rubbers for a single unit location in the entire country. So we've been working hard, and we've been doing it for 25 years now. My kids grew up here. My son was born on Homestead Air Force Base. He used to attend all the Veterans Day parades. Thank you for those Veterans Day parades. My family loves them. I love them. He used to take my son there when he was 3, right outside of the store. He went to West Point like his dad. Grew up here in Homestead, and he's a hero. Won the Bronze Star and Purple Heart 5 tours in Iraq. And he's 100% disabled military veteran. And we decided, Michelle and I started praying about it. What do I do? What do we do? I've had a full career with DEA. We've been doing this for 25 years. Some people say I look young, but I'm almost 68. How long do I do this? Because I'm in that store 6 days a week. You want to come Saturday, see me? I'm there. I reached out to some of you. I know my wife has. We're there every day. We run it. And we know it's getting close to time, and so we're reaching out to God. We're praying and say, Lord, what do you want us to do? And I think we felt like we need to test the market and see what we're worth. And we were surprised. I actually didn't think we'd even consider selling or moving or whatever. And then some offers came rolling in that were a little bit more than I thought. And so we had to make a decision. Do we take this offer and go to closing in 45 days? Or do we present it to the city? Because my wife went to some of the charrette meetings, and we have that final charrette book. And I love it. And I love the ideas of what Homestead could be, we hope and pray. But if you turn to page 24, there's no tire center on that corner anymore. So I don't think it's in the plans of the city. And that's what a good old criminal investigator like me, sir, calls a clue. And it might be time to plan. And at West Point, they taught us the 6P principle, which means you better start planning. And so we started planning. And we tested the waters. And when that offer came to us, in a contract form with monies getting ready to be put down, we said we got to make decisions. So we went and we let people know in the city that this is going on and it's probably going to happen. And if the city wants to do something for itself, for the betterment of the city, if they want that location, talk to us. We'll work with you. Because that's what we hope for the city. But either way, one of these days we're going to be gone. I can't do this forever. I got great people working over there. Most of them have been with me for well over 15 years. And I have a plan for them to give them a company for nothing. And I hope that happens. But that's why, and that's the reason we're here. It's not because of some undercover deal or some backhanded practices. I think my integrity and the integrity of my family would stand up to that above anything. Just 3 years ago, I was up here having Kevin Pedersen Day proclaimed as a Homestead Day. And then the next week, Cutler Bay or Palmetto Bay did the same thing. That's not because we're bad people. So I love this city. I love everything you people do. I know you're not doing it for the pay. It's hard being up here at night, late at night. And again, I thank you for the Veterans Day events you put on. They warm our heart. And we hope we can work something out with the city. We're holding out for it. But if not, God's good, and we'll move on. But our intentions are good. And I want y'all to know that. Thank you.
So I think to the Vice Mayor's question, and certainly the attorneys would need an answer that if this transaction survives the motion that's on the table tonight, the next question then becomes whether or not you and your wife are willing to extend the due diligence period for us to take the next step in the environmental review and whatever reviews need to be, well, environmental only, with respect to the property.
Yeah, well, of course. I mean, we agreed to that in going into it. I know environmental studies don't happen overnight. We've had them done before. I don't have the copies of them. I'd give them to you. They were from another company that wanted to buy us out years ago. We passed everything. We pass our durham inspections every year. We operate properly. I don't think there's a problem there, but I don't know. I don't know what's underground. And you would only be prudent to have that done. Mm-hmm. Totally reasonable. So we're in no rush to do anything. We're doing just fine. We're over there making a living, supporting our family, and taking care of our employees. And that's what we intend to keep doing. I'd already dedicated to being here for another 2 years regardless, probably 3, because I've got folks that work for me to take care of and make some plans for them. So that worked out good for us. I just couldn't see leaving in the middle of the night and saying, hey folks, I'm out of here. I don't think I could live with myself. But no problem. For us, whatever it takes. We hope we make a deal. But God will lead us through whatever it is we have to do.
Okay, appreciate it. Thank you, Council. Does anyone have any questions for the owner or his representative? We're here. Okay, do we have any public comment on the motion that's on the table to terminate?
Mayor, we have one online. Ramiro?
Sure, thank you. Mr. Orta?
So, Mayor, I just have, yes, I just have a couple of questions. I mean, I'm kind of glad that we have the actual owner. I actually did my due diligence, and I requested the appraisal, and I received appraisal, which is plural, not singular. And I was reviewing the actual appraisals, aside from the part that the comps are very distant, and the variance that we're using to appraise this property. My question to the owner is this: if you want the city of Homestead to consider buying your property, why is there 2 appraisals? One that came back for $460,000, and then the other one that came back for $2.8 million. And why is the city leveraging the most expensive one to purchase this property?
Mr. Order, I'm going to let someone from our staff answer that. But briefly, to my understanding, 2 appraisals were done. One was the property as a vacant piece of land, and the other was the property, including the land and the building as it exists today. And I don't believe that the lower number that you threw out is an accurate number. Mr. Beck, do you have those numbers at hand?
I do, and I can clarify or add some elaboration on that. When the first appraisal was received and was, as was stated, simply for the land value, and it had stated in there it was with the assumption that it was a site ready for redevelopment, our ask to the appraisal firm was, what is this? The property that is on the market is a property that has land, it has site improvements, it has building improvements to it, and therefore what they had provided was really not something that would be adequate for comparative on the open market. That is what necessitated the second appraisal. The only reason it was done with a different entity was that the firm that had prepared the initial appraisal, who we had the conversations with asking where is the rest of this, they were not able to do it within a timely time frame. So that is why we had a second one, which then, as it is further elaborates, is the land, the building, and the site improvements.
And do you know offhand the numbers that were ascribed to each of the appraisals?
I believe the land value was, as it was stated, it was in the $400,000 range, and the appraisal that was delivered with the
as is
was around 2.8 million.
Okay. And it may be here in our package. I've just, not going to fumble through the notebook at this point. So, Mr. Orta, is that the clarification you were looking for?
Yeah, yes. And then my follow-up question to that is was the appraised value based on an operating actual business after its purchase? And does the city have actual plans for the actual building to continue operating it?
No, there was no, as far as I'm aware, in the second appraisal, there was no factoring in of the sale of a business. That was not a part of that number.
And Mr. Orta, I think the second part of your question is built into the contract is that the business currently in operation at that location will become a tenant of the city for up to 3 years, a definite 2-year period with the opportunity to be there for a 3rd year with the payment of rent, taxes, insurance, and all of the maintenance that would normally go along with a commercial lease. That would give the city time to evolve, the city time to figure out what would be a good fit for that location, so we would not be faced with a shuttered building. At least that's not the intent of the contract.
Got it. All right. Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Orta. Does that include your question? Conclude your questions?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Orta. Is there anyone else online?
Mr. Mayor.
Okay, let Councilman Roth first, and then Councilman Fletcher.
Thank you, Mayor. So obviously I've opposed this transaction from the beginning. I still think it's a bad decision for us to purchase 16,000 square feet of land and a building for $2.8 million when we just sold 2.4 acres with a larger building on a better location on US 1 for $2.4 million. It just doesn't add up and compute. If we converted the contract price for the Goodyear property and compared it to the sales price of the US 1 property, our property would have been worth about $8 million, but we sold it for 2.4 million. By extending the due diligence period to discover the contaminations on the property is really doing a disservice to the owners of the property, where I don't think that any of us up here would want to face the remediation costs to level the building and clean up the contamination. I think if you look at the Flagler property, that's about 42,000 square feet, and maybe staff can remind us of what that mitigation cost is to clean up the environmental damage that does not have a auto mechanic shop on it. The estimates were over $1 million to remediate that property. So again, I think we're doing a disservice to the owners of the property by extending this out for another 60 days just to come back and let them know, we're sorry, we cannot purchase this property based on the amount of money it's going to take us to clean up the property. If they sell it to an operator, they may not have to go through those processes because nothing really changes on the property. For us to land bank 16,000 square feet for the future is, I think, fiscally and financially irresponsible. And the charrette wasn't about the city purchasing properties and redeveloping. The charrette was set up to provide zoning opportunities for private individuals to come in and develop the city as we see it today. So I think deferring this really just does a disservice to the sellers. If they're getting offers at 2.6 and more or less, I think they deserve the opportunity to sell their property to a higher bidder, and we can use those monies for other projects that are more necessary and more needed in the city. I don't think it's easy to tell the taxpayers, hey, we're going to pay, 4 times the amount of money for properties to acquire them when we sold ours for much less than what we're paying for this property. And I'll rest with that. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Fletcher?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just for clarification, I think everybody knows I've always been an opponent of us being landlords. But I go back to the charrette, and again, I believe it wasn't the intent of the charrette for us to be purchasing property and becoming landowners. But let's look at this from a numbers standpoint. $2.8 million. Rent back for 3 years. That's almost $300,000 in numbers.
Well, it's 2.6, it's not 2.8.
Okay, 2.6 minus $300,000 in round numbers back into our coffers, plus taxes, plus people getting employee benefits and things of that nature. We bought a piece of property on Chrome Avenue that sits empty to this day on the corner of the Edison building, empty. We've done nothing with it. We bought that 6 years ago? 4 years ago?
We're the end of Mr. Estrada's tenure a couple of years ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
Here or there, that property we paid an extreme premium on, and yet we've done nothing with it. Here we're going to have a piece of property, potentially, that's going to pay us back. And again, I'm not the proponent for being landlords. But if you look at the overall plan that we spent months on with the charrette people to re-image Washington and Chrome Avenue, which again, I'll state this for the record, I have not been a fan of the downtown redevelopment for the past 30 years. We've done absolutely nothing but spend hundreds of millions of dollars. This is an opportunity for us to get a little money back, provide for that future of re-envisioning and putting that carousel right on that corner that I remember. And again, I think it's a pie in the sky, throw up and shoot a shotgun at it idea for that whole development downtown. But this is a way we can get some of our money back. I propose that we extend I guess we got to vote on the other one first.
We'll have to vote on the motion to terminate.
Let me
And then we'll
interject
have a
for a
motion to
second.
extend.
Let me interject in this debate. So you're proposing that we spend $2.8 million today to recover $300,000 over a period of 3 years. That's what your proposal is?
You still own the property. You have the opportunity
No,
to
no,
do things with it.
we own the contamination. We own the remediation.
You don't know that it's contaminated yet completely.
We don't know.
We don't know.
So
We know there's some things.
So you're
there.
willing to purchase something for $2.8 million, not knowing what it's going to cost you to clean it up in the future.
Did we not say extend the period of time for 60 days for the environmentals to be done, Mr. Roth? That's all.
I agree
In
with you.
60 days, you could be exactly right and say we're doing a disservice to him. Or
We're
we
doing
can
it now,
find
but-
something out that's different. I'm just saying there's an opportunity here for us. We've done it for other properties in the past. I'm ready to throw something into the wind. We haven't done anything in 6 years, really, for downtown. Nothing.
We haven't?
Put a mural in,
How about Losner Park?
business-wise.
Well, we had the opportunity to fill the Edison building. This council decided not to do that.
I don't believe the opportunity was there for us.
It was
Money-wise.
absolutely there.
It was gonna
But-
cost-
I
it was
recall
gonna
they
cost much, but
withdrew, and it was a
here nor there.
really crappy proposal anyway.
Look, here nor there, we're going to have agreements to disagree, and that's what we're up here for.
No, I just
I'm
find
just
it-
throwing out my perspective. If you all want to listen to it, that's fine. If you don't, that's fine. This is my perspective, Mr. Roth. You're a real estate agent. I'm not. You know the value of land better than I do. But I'm just looking at what's on paper and what we could look at long-term. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Yes, Mr. Pearl.
There was back and forth. I just wanted to clarify the terms of the current arrangement in the lease back.
Yeah, that was something I was going to interject.
Yeah,
That
so I just want to interject because there was some back and forth there. So the lease back, the way that the contract is provided is the first 2 years, they're getting $10 a year. They will pay $8,000 a month if they exercise the option to extend for a third year. The first 2 years it's built into the sale price. So it's $10 a year for those first 2 years. And then they will pay rent at $8,000 a month if they extend.
Okay,
I
with
just wanted
that
to clarify.
information, that's different than what I thought. I'm retracting what I said earlier. Thank you.
Can you repeat it one more time?
So the condition is they would enter into a triple net lease back to the seller for a term of 24 months at a rent of $10 per year. That lease agreement may provide for an option for the seller to extend the lease agreement for one additional year at a monthly rent of $8,000. So those first 2 years, there's no income to the city. The third year, if the option is exercised, the city would achieve $96,000 in rent. So I just want everybody to understand what the terms are.
But we also need to understand, Councilman Fletcher, that the reduced sales price, a couple $100,000 below the appraised value, reflects kind of that rent in advance, plus taxes, plus maintenance, plus insurance, and all the things you said about jobs continuing.
I just
Yeah,
wanted to
okay.
make it clear that that's what the term is.
And to the extent that the opposition is interested, I think it would be important to note also that we're not making the entire payment of the purchase price up front, that it's over a period of, well, the closing and then 2 years.
Which is the purpose of the resolution that is on the agenda tonight, to authorize the issuance of that debt of non-ad valorem revenue. The companion item, as the CRA director articulated at the beginning of the discussion, there's a companion item on the CRA agenda subsequent to this meeting that allocates $1 million of CRA funds for the $1 million that would be due upon closing, with the city absorbing the debt payments on the first and second anniversary of the closing date.
I'd like to add from my professional perspective that some of the narrative that's being spun here tonight is somewhere between very misleading and outright dishonest. You cannot compare the piece of property we sold at the City Hall site to this piece of property. They didn't pay us for a building. That purchase price reflected that they needed to tear down the building. We weren't selling a building. That is a demolition building. You know, for 6 years, I've really been astounded by commentary from those who are supposed to be real estate agents that really don't seem to know the basic fundamentals of real estate. It's about location, location, location. If you don't want to do business with these people, just say it.
It's not about not doing business.
The seller and I have been accused of corruption by a member. You have not.
I didn't bring it up. I didn't mention it.
You
All
didn't.
I'm saying is...
And you've got legitimacy because you've been opposed to this from day one.
Correct. So let me keep going then. The fact that we never saw the first appraisal, never even given to us, had to come from somebody in the public to search that out, says something to me that is fishy. Then
Let's let the manager explain that, or Mr. Beck clarify that.
Hold on. And then the second appraisal actually is not an appraisal. It's an opinion of value. And you can't get that type of an appraisal in 3 weeks and this one came in like a day after the other one came. So unless you can show me that appraisal was ordered 3 weeks prior to you receiving it, there's some illegitimate numbers in that appraisal as well. Because it does, on I think it's page 3 of the thing, I don't have it with me, but it does say this is an opinion of value. And then an appraisal firm or whoever did it. But you can't get those kinds of appraisals without going and searching out the numbers, the documents, and all those different things, and using comps that are, miles and miles away from this area. It just doesn't make sense. If the council wants to vote to extend it, so be it. I just think we're doing a disservice because when the truth comes out about the environmentals on that property that have been there, that property has been operating as a tire store, auto mechanic store for nearly 50 years. There's going to be contamination there, and we're going to be responsible for cleaning that mess up. So look, they can go whatever way. It won't affect me in any way. I'm just fighting for what I think is the best situation for the citizens of the city. I don't think purchasing a building of land and building, 16,000 square feet and 7,000 square feet of building is worth $2.8 million with a concession of $200,000 and receiving no rent for 2 years and maybe getting some rent in the third year. It just doesn't make any sense. I'll rest. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And in hindsight, the purchase of 204 that I think was unanimous makes absolutely no sense to me in retrospect. Certainly when there was no disclosure that the realtor was an employee of the city of Homestead and that the Kai's company with which you are affiliated received a large commission. So if we want to start doing that, but it seems to me, Mr. Manager, that you have staff that are leaking things to certain members of council or having inappropriate discussions without going through you. I mean, I'm hearing things for the first time tonight about the timing of the appraisals, and they came from different places, and there's no way it would have been done in one day. And I'm not, let me look around the room, I don't think the person I'm thinking of is in the room, but I think there's some serious protocol violations here that information has landed in the hands of some members and not in the members of others that came from within this building.
Mr. Mayor, I am not aware of any communication from staff to elected officials as described.
May I?
Yes.
All right, before this goes any further, remember sometimes during briefings, questions can be asked, so I don't think we need to accuse staff of that. I know that there have been public records requests. I've heard a lot of things. I think the bottom line is discussing whether we want to be landlords. As I mentioned before, I think it's exciting, especially when I feel like now we have the programs and the staff in place to make some of these things happen. To say that nothing's happened with that building, Councilman Fletcher, we have some beautiful window decals in there now. So now someone's coming. Now someone will be coming. Let's stay optimistic. Let's consider waiting to see what this phase 1 and 2 says. Just the only reason I'm saying that is because it sounds like it's half-half, right? No one wants to make a purchase which is not going to be beneficial to the city. So if we can come to terms and say that we just want to extend it for however long it takes to get that second phase, then we call that vote. That would be my suggestion.
Let's deal with the motion at hand, and if you make the motion to extend, I'll be happy to second it if we get to that point.
But just for clarification, if you look at the dates on the appraisals, right? This one says that the valuation of the property on July 24th, 2025 was $460,000. 7 days later, we get an estimate of value on August the 1st. So you can't, these types of appraisals are very complicated to complete, and you can't do that within 7 days to come up with a $2.6, $2.5, $2.4 million difference between appraisal 1 and appraisal 2. That building at 7,000 square feet would have to be valued at, I'm just doing quick math in my head, $400 a square foot? That just doesn't make any sense to me. So anyways, call your vote.
Okay, so.
Mayor, I have another
Yes,
comment.
certainly.
Thank you. So the reality is that the valuations, okay, additional information came in since we voted to go into negotiations. Aside from that, the comparables that were used for the first appraisal were vacant land, okay, that we did not see, but was still information that should have been presented for us to evaluate, because to us, that's what it's worth. It's the land value and location. Now, the second appraisal that came in at 2.8 mil, those comparables are Miami Gardens, Pinecrest, Miami, and Southwest 40th Street in Miami. Is that Bird Road? Southwest 70th Street, with no adjustments made for location or extra features. And these again are comparables for Goodyear, Midas, Goodyear, Auto Service. This is not land with a building sold without valuation for the business being transferred. Now, in the other comparables that we have for the Pizza Hut nearby on US 1, that's, modestly at 1.7. So the due diligence period allows us to consider the cost of the acquisition, the cost of potential mitigation for contamination, which, if there's no contamination, which I cannot imagine for a building that's been there since 1965, those are the numbers I believe, that in addition to overpaying, because I don't agree with the second appraisal, given the deeper review that we were given during due diligence, that supports us purchasing this property for 2.6, taking on the risks of future mitigation, whether the environmental for phase 2 comes back with with 0, but then when we go to sell it later, there's going to be an additional environmental report. This is not the last and only environmental that we're going to be stuck with, even if we do this extension. So we are committing ourselves to marrying the property, and I'm talking about a scenario where it comes back with no contamination on the environmental. The risk is too high, it's unnecessary, and we're wasting our time, and I suggest that we walk away from it now and eliminate burying ourselves in other contract issues if we were to proceed.
Ms. Wallen, final comments?
I understand all the confusion.
Excuse me, Mayor. For protocol and process, is she a registered lobbyist for this applicant or for this deal? Because technically she can't speak on behalf of the owner.
I do not have her as a lobbyist.
No, I'm not
sorry.
a lobbyist. Okay.
All right, so we have a motion that's been seconded on the floor to terminate the contract effective immediately. So let's have a roll call vote, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Roth?
Yes.
Councilwoman Avila? Councilman Fletcher?
No.
Councilman Cannibal? Councilwoman Konski? Vice Mayor Bailey? Mayor Losner?
No.
Okay, so the motion failed.
Councilwoman, I'm sorry, Vice Mayor Bailey, would you like to make a motion to extend?
With all due respect to everyone, I would like to make a motion. Yes. What would you?
Make your motion, then I'll see where it goes.
Word my motion for me, and then I'll make it.
No, I may need clarification.
This for the extension of due diligence, would that be the proper motion?
So I just want to clarify, because we've talked about a number of things. There is in the contract sort of this predisposed agreement to extend until a phase 2 can be completed. But that it's limited, that extension is limited in scope. So is there anything else, as you're hearing a lot, that needs to be examined if we extend due diligence to satisfy what everybody will want to know? I don't want it to, I just want to be clear, and I don't want to get into a dispute with the seller over why we're extending it if it's just limited to that single purpose of getting a phase 2. So if there's more information and we want to extend due diligence more on, as we would in the same terms of the original 60 days where you can walk away for any reason, I'd like to know that so that we can address that with the seller.
Can I clarify? So the challenge here is that if you only extend for the ability to get your environmental 2, once you get it, you're stuck with it, you're required to close. So your extension has to mirror the due diligence period that currently exists, so that it encompasses your ability to walk away should you have consultants tell you what the mitigation of the contamination costs are, or if you continue to evaluate value versus risk versus everything. So the current due diligence period is what protects the city under the current contract. If you're extending only for environmental phase 2, you're limiting yourself to that and that only.
That's not what I got from today. So why would we have evaluation of environmental studies if it's not going to mean that we can walk away from it if we don't believe that then will be a good deal for us?
I just want you to clarify. I want you to clarify the scope of what we're
I
going to
would
be
like
looking
us-
at during an extended due diligence, because it's been thrown around, but the contract provision provides for seller acknowledgement that we get to complete our environmental. It does not speak to anything else with respect to that. So are we extending the due diligence, are we requesting of the seller an extension of the due diligence period where you can look at anything, or just are we limiting the scope to environmental, to completion environmental, and a set amount of time to evaluate that? So I want the seller to be clear on what we're asking for, and for everybody on the dais to be clear as to what their expectation should be during any 30, 60, 90, whatever the extension is. So any direction you could give me would be great.
To that end, let me ask, Mr. Beck, have we had a typical inspection report done? Do we know the viability of the roof, for example? Has there been the 30 and 40-year certifications?
There has, at this point, only been the environmental phase 1. We have not proceeded to any point in which we have had any further inspections done on the structure itself or its condition.
So then I'm going to need to be able to get some assent from the seller tonight that these are probably other issues we need to be able to look at. And I would think maybe we could bifurcate the inspection period, that for environmental and reasonable time to review and assess would be the longer extension, with a shorter extension with respect to those kind of structural and compliance issues. Unless you just wanted to give us a blanket extension on all of those. I mean, today's what? Today's the 19th. We're not going to get anything done between now and the expiration of the current due diligence. So Mr. Beck, what, your thoughts on anything else we would need to take a look at?
If the council wants to proceed with looking at all aspects to, as the attorney stated, best satisfy or answer any questions, there would be the phase two, which, as I understand, there is that period of mobilization that would be required after we're pursuing with the contract. So there's a period of time that would be required for that. We could certainly proceed with having some type of an inspection on the building. That was not something that was done previously because the longer term plans are that would go away. We have shared within the briefings the discussion on the appraisals and where those came from. If this is something that the council is concerned about, it may make more sense then to have a third appraisal done on that property so council can have more confidence in that, if that's the question. Those would be the couple things that would come to my mind. I would defer to the attorney if there are other items that you believe would need to be included in that.
No, you made the suggestion of the appraisal because there's been a lot of back and forth on that. If that's something
That was going to be something that I wanted to add.
So, if the seller is amenable, what I would suggest is instead of
blanket extension,
just do a blanket extension to due diligence for. And I'm going to have to defer to staff as to how long, based on the conversations you've had with the consultants, on how long it takes to get these things done.
Let me look over to the seller, and you can just nod. Would a blanket extension through the end of February for due diligence be acceptable? And if not, I need an alternate date. The potential maker of the motion is going to need an end date. Is that a yes?
Yes.
Just remember the holidays. It's not going to be easy to be able to get an appraisal.
Between
the
next Thursday and New Year's.
We want to be fair to.
The one concern with that, and certainly not to extend this beyond a time that council wants, as we were engaging the initial consultant on the phase one, the ask was, if this goes to a phase two, what does that process and timeline look like? And this is something that, this is a little bit out of my wheelhouse. They have let us know you need to plan multiple weeks or potentially up to a couple of months. Again, that is less because of the actual testing, but there is a period of the contractual work and the mobilizing and things that have to occur. And then there's also the repair work of any samples that are taken and things like that. So I think we have to have an absolute minimum of 60 days if council wants to thoroughly do this. And then be mindful that there is a holiday in here that could.
So 60 days now would take us to the end of January. And with the holidays in there, if the seller's amenable to that, I would think it would need to be through the end of February. The ball's in the seller's court.
While they're thinking about that, you're saying phase two. What would trigger a phase three?
I'm not aware that there is a phase three. I'm going to look to.
That's called bailout, no question.
So, Mr. Mayor and Council usually do a phase one to do historical data analysis. You come back with phase two if there's a recommendation for follow-up of invasive testing. So they're going to need to come in, have a reconnaissance survey, pull permits, because you're going to be digging. State law requires you to pull permits and call sunshine before you can dig. So they're going to pull permits, they're going to do sampling, they're going to take them to the lab, they're going to do analysis, then they're going to come back and write a report. I don't know what that 60 days is going to do it with holidays in December to do all that. If we didn't have a holiday in December, you can get it done in 60 days because it's not a big site and the complexity is not there.
February 27th appears to be a Friday.
What date?
February 27th is a Friday. And the seller has seemed to indicate a thumbs up through the end of February.
May I ask
Yeah,
a
Councilwoman.
clarifying question? How much did we spend on environmental one, phase one?
I believe it was around $2,400.
Do we have an estimate for phase two?
They will give us the estimate. No, I don't believe we have the full estimate right now. They determine that based on the findings of phase one. In our initial discussions, it is my recollection that we could anticipate that's in, I don't even want to say that number. It is substantially more than that. I want to say 10 to 15,000 could be a number range.
Thank you. And how much did we spend on appraisal one?
Appraisal one, I would say, was around the $2,000 number, 2,500, and I believe the second appraisal was around the same amount.
And the future discussion item for CRA, where are you pulling from the budget for the $1 million?
So the CRA board had approved $986,000 in a land acquisition fund for the upcoming year. That would be the bulk of it, and the CRA would need to do a transfer of other internal funds for the balance.
Okay, thank you for clarifying those questions. So right now, the consideration is that there would be an extension through February 27th for a blanket due diligence with a third appraisal. Is that what you were considering, Vice Mayor? And
I think the Vice Mayor had made inquiry about that. I don't know if she incorporated it, but
I don't think I've said a full sentence yet, so. But that is part of the, yeah. Anything else? So I would like to make a motion that we extend the due diligence with the blanket, including, though, the phase two and another appraisal
through February 27th.
through February 27th.
Okay. Couple of mechanical things to work through. Hear your motion, we can proceed now. The seller has indicated in the room that we have a thumbs up, but because I'm not gonna have an opportunity to be before you again before the end of the due diligence period, I'm going to need authorization for the manager to execute an extension of the contract for an amendment to the contract extending the due diligence period to the specified date. Direction to do those two things, which is I think implicit in your motion, and direction as to what should happen if between now and the end of the month the seller should have a change of heart and not execute the extension to due diligence, because staff's not going to have the opportunity to ask you again. So I need those questions answered so we know how to proceed from here.
Vice Mayor, if I may. Thank you. And that was going to be my next question after the motion for discussion, is that when you are introducing a change to a contract, you have to simultaneously provide the termination of the current contract with an addendum. So it's either they approve the addendum or they terminate. So you can't just submit the addendum. If they never sign the addendum, you're still bound to the existing contract timelines.
Which is why I was
Which is
looking
what's
for direction. If for any reason the seller is not willing to execute the extension, what is it that you would like staff to do?
I would think it built into that would be
Then we would
event of
give a notice to
termination.
terminate. Okay.
So, in addition to the dates, authorizing the manager.
February
if it's-
27th.
Right.
The extension February 27th.
If it's not
to-
executed by the end of the
due
current
diligence
due
to-
diligence
to
period,
issue
that
a
will serve as a termination.
To conduct a phase two and a third audit. Okay. So let's take that motion, and then I have follow-up questions on the items that are on the agenda this evening, because given the extension, you don't have to do that tonight. We can do that at some point over the next couple of months after you've had the information provided to you, and you can decide if you want to move forward. So I would ask for, at that point, a deferral on this as well as the CRA item until the information can come back before you in a whole package, and we can do this again.
And I have another question regarding the due diligence extension. Are we going to be in, what happens if we're in a situation when, just like today, phase one lands in our lap with 5 minutes before the meeting? So now we get phase two in our lap. Where's the extra time to understand? It's a 1,000-page document just on phase one. That's not including drilling, permits, review. So what, we need to have enough time to analyze, review, consult, and get quotes on what it costs.
If the seller is amenable, we can amend it to be, February 27th, but with a minimum time would be the outside, as long as you've received it, 2 weeks before, and we can that it would automatically extend for every day that within that 2 weeks that you have not received the environmental or the information that you're requiring. So we can build in a function where you can have a minimum required review period as part of that extension if the seller's available. So if you got it on the 23rd, that we can build in a provision that would automatically extend it, so you have a minimum of, let's say, 2 weeks for review. I mean, whatever staff thinks they need in terms of timing to review, I can build something into that I can build a mechanism into that. I don't know.
That would also mean we have to have a special call on the 27th of February if we're going to take it all the way to the final day. So we need to get it prior to that so we can schedule a meeting.
I understand, but I can't control when
I understand.
we're going to get.
But 2 weeks is not going to be enough if it's depending on timing on when we receive that appraisal. I mean, if you're going to dip into March as well, then that's
you tell me what you think is a reasonable review time from when we have it, and I can work backwards and try to build something in.
Can we consider, if it's received on February 27th, that it would go to a special call the day of our count? Which would be 2 weeks.
That's assuming that 2 weeks is enough time.
So we would need 2 weeks to be able to look over everything. Say it came in on the 27th, that we would move it to our next scheduled meeting as a special call.
My only concern with that is this is not in the typical wheelhouse of staff. So they are going to have to get outside consultants. And so whether or not they're, can staff put it on the agenda within the 2 weeks? Yes. But reviewing, analyzing, and determining the cost for mitigation and making sure they digest, evaluate, and brief us to a point where there's confidence in what's being told to us, I think they're going to need more time, especially if they're also preparing for COW and normal agenda items. I think it should be a standalone special call. But like what Matt is saying is that there's an automatic trigger to give you that extra time once you have the appraisal. And if it were to run over the 27th, the February 27th, that protects us. It automatically extends the due diligence period to include the needed time for review. Now what we debate now is how long does a consultant need to review? I would think 2 weeks might be too short, 3 weeks is safe. And I'm just trying to go back to my recollection of working on commercial contracts. Phase two does take significant amount of time to get in the reports and get them done. And then what typically is considered underwriting, when you have a lender to review, that can be at least 2 weeks. And then you have to look at what is the result. What does that mean? So I would say at least 3 weeks as an automatic extension upon receiving the report.
But I just say, I think our clear message to staff tonight is don't dawdle. There is no reason, good reason, for the phase one to not have been delivered.
Right,
and I know that was apparently a procurement issue. Let's get beyond that.
Maybe so, Mayor. I mean, the reality is, like you said, phase one took the entire 60 days to get, or no, sorry, I take that back, the majority of it. And with phase two, you have the holidays, and this is a niche industry. There are not many commercial appraisers. That's why I'm also surprised you got it within a week. But let's just be realistic is all I'm saying. So I look forward to seeing the extra appraisal. I look forward to seeing phase two. I will try to remain optimistic, but I can imagine, you know, other purposes for the funds, the CRA funds, and the benefits that could be made to the CRA area as a whole versus dumping $1 million into one property, given the circumstances that we're seeing here tonight. And that's looking at the facts on the agenda the way that it is right now, as it is right now. But thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Councilman Fletcher.
motion to extend to 10:30.
I'll second that. All in favor?
No.
And just for clarification, please don't accept my my actions tonight. I'm a little tired and cranky. I've been sick for a week. I'm not being accusatory in any fashion. I want us to do the right thing here. That's all.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, did the motion to extend to 10:30 pass? I think it did. With a nay or two down here. All right. Okay. So, Councilwoman Vice Mayor Bailey has moved to extend the due diligence period on the terms as discussed with us by council. Legal counsel.
Did we land on how much time for review that I should build in? Was it 2 weeks or 3 weeks?
Say 3 weeks.
3 weeks.
Again, the linchpin here is that when the addendum is presented and not executed by the seller,
Then
game over.
Then we have staff has direction
Game
as to what to do from there.
I just, as an aside, I don't know why we did a land-only appraisal. Wait a minute.
So, Mayor and Council, I would want for stipulation to be made that if any adverse findings are made from phase 2, we draw the line there. We do not consider going to a phase 3, which is mitigation and implementation.
Yeah, please incorporate that.
We just draw the line
Yes.
and stop.
No more.
Okay, so I will take this motion to go. I'll
Sure.
work with the seller
The drafting,
to execute the extension of due diligence. We'll take a vote on that, and then subsequent to that, if it's the will of the council, I'll take a vote on the deferral of the underlying agenda item on the issuance of the debt, and we will
Okay.
revisit that when you have the complete information.
All right. So,
Okay?
I think, Ms. Ramirez, did you want to speak on the pending motion? Come on down.
Thank you, Mayor. Brandy Ramirez, 2231 Southeast First Street. I just want to remind council tonight that you guys said you would support the police department. There's going to be an east side police department. Those funds should be towards that. I want to ask tonight, specifically, Councilman Cannibal and Councilman Fletcher, vote to not move this forward. This is ridiculous. It's an embarrassment right now that is being discussed. You have an amazing strategic plan. You have a team that's working super hard. I'm glad that he mentioned about don't let it go to phase 3. They're hardworking. They're getting the strategic plan of the city forward. CRA funds should not be used for this at all. Each one of you know that. Our residents are watching. We will make sure that this specific item is put out there to all the community on how it's going to be voted today by each individual. It's nothing personal against the owner, but us as residents, we know what's best for the city and what should be happening for the city. And a lot of you got voted in to support the police department, the staff. This is ridiculous that it's even being discussed. Thank you for fighting for what's right. I hope the rest of you do what's right. Vice Mayor, come on. This shouldn't be discussed. You guys need to do what's right. So that's all I ask. And I'll make sure that the community is fully aware of your votes. And I ask you, Fletcher, do the right thing. You caught it right away. You called it back. We know you. I know you're going to vote for what's right today.
Any further comment? Is there anyone online? All right, we'll close the public hearing and have a roll call vote on the motion to extend.
Councilwoman Konski? Councilman Cannibal? Councilman Roth? Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Councilwoman Avila? Vice Mayor Bailey?
Yes.
Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you all. All right, so now we need to deal with the actual car, item 4829.
Correct.
So we need a motion to defer.
Yeah.
I guess an indefinite.
I'm not putting
Yeah.
any date certain on this because it will be presented.
All right.
We'll bring these back when we have.
Moved by the Vice Mayor, I'll second it. Any discussion? The former Vice Mayor, I'm sorry. It takes a while. After 2 years, it's muscle memory. No. This is the motion to defer the car item authorizing the expenditure.
The issuance of the debt.
Right, an indefinite deferral. Any public comment, any further comment from council? Yes,
Just to clarify.
Madam Vice Mayor.
Just to clarify, I was a yes vote before elections, and the reason for it is because I believe that we have things in place to be able to help this vision of our charrettes come to life. That is 100% the reason that I am for this. So I'm sorry that you didn't reach out earlier to have a conversation with me, because I would have explained that I have never, ever voted in any other way than me feeling like this is the right thing. Is it a lot of money? Definitely. Do we need to do more diligence? Definitely. And that is why my yes was. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you,
And I'm
Vice
sorry,
Mayor.
CRA funds can't be used for a police station on the east side. This is CRA property, CRA area. So that's just another case I wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Okay, so we have, I think we're looking for, do we have a second on the motion to defer tab 16? No? We do have a second. So let's have a roll call vote on the motion to defer tab 16.
Councilwoman Avila? Councilman Roth? Councilman Cannibal?
Yes.
Councilman Fletcher? Councilwoman Konsky? Vice Mayor Bailey?
Yes.
Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
All right, moving on to tab 17, Mr. Pearl. Oh, we did tab 17. Let's not pick at that scab again. Tab 18.
Yes, Mayor. Tab 18 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving the ranking of the Evaluation Committee of Proposers to RFQ 2025-09 Professional Architectural and Engineering Services Continuing Contracts, authorizing the city manager to negotiate and enter into agreements with the top 69 top-ranked firms. Such agreement shall be subject to the approval as to form and legal sufficiency of the city attorney, providing for implementation, providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from council on this item? All right. Do we have a motion? Moved by Councilman Fletcher. Second by Vice Mayor Bailey. Is there any further discussion? All right, is there any public comment? Hearing none, I'll close the public hearing and ask for a roll call vote on tab 18.
Mr. Mayor and Council, based on my long professional practice in Miami-Dade County and South Florida, I want to place it on the record that most of the engineering firms listed here have had one connection with me or the other over my long span, which is why I recused myself from participating in the entire process.
Thank you for that disclosure, Mr. Manager. All right, so let's have a roll call on this.
Councilwoman Konsky? Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Councilman Roth?
Yes.
Councilwoman Avila?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bailey?
Yes.
Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
All right.
Tab 20.
Tab 20.
Tab 20 is a resolution of the City of Homestead, Florida, declaring certain police equipment and the components thereof as surplus property, authorizing the city administration to trade in the surplus property to a licensed firearms Oh, I'm sorry. 19,
No, we
sorry.
did 19.
No, he said we did 19? I'm jumping ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm
No.
sorry.
19 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving the consolidated annual performance evaluation report for fiscal year 24-25, the CAPER, authorizing transmittal of the CAPER to U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, providing for implementation, providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Council, any discussion or a motion? Moved by Councilman Fletcher, I'll second it. Any further discussion? Any comment from the public? Let's have a roll call vote on tab 19, please.
Councilman Ross? Councilwoman Konski? Councilman Fletcher? Councilwoman Avila? Vice Mayor Bailey? Mayor Lawson?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Now tab 20.
Tab 20 is a resolution of the City of Homestead, Florida, declaring certain police equipment and the components thereof as surplus property, authorizing the city administration to trade in the surplus property to a licensed firearms dealer, Blues Police Distributors, Inc., for a credit of approximately $41,225, which shall be used for the purchase of new firearms and related police equipment as needed, providing for implementation and providing for an effective date.
We have a second. Second. Moved by Councilman Ross, second by Vice Mayor Bailey. There's no further discussion from council. Do we have any public comment? Being none, I'll close the public hearing and ask for a roll call vote on tab 20.
Councilman Fletcher? Councilwoman Avila? Councilman Ross? Councilwoman Konski? Vice Mayor Bailey? Mayor Lawson?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Tab 21.
Tab 21 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving the award of solid waste hauling franchise agreements to Coastal Waste and Recycling, Inc., Waste Management, Inc. of Florida, and Waste Pro of Florida, Inc., providing for implementation, providing for an effective date.
We have a motion. Moved by Councilman Roth. Second by Councilman Fletcher. Is there any public comment? Close the public hearing and ask for a roll call vote, please.
Councilman Ross? Councilwoman Avila? Councilwoman Konski? Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bailey? Mayor Lawson?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Okay, that takes us to 22.
Yes, tab 22 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving and creating the Transportation Proportionate Fair Share Fund, approving the consolidation and transfer of existing proportionate fair share fund monies into the new fund, providing for the implementation of the project budgets for existing and future monies received from the TPFS agreements, providing for implementation, providing for an effective date.
Moved by Councilman Roth. Yes, Councilwoman?
Well, second with
Sure.
a question.
Second with a question.
Can I still expect those questions that I asked during briefing to be presented to me soon?
That's correct.
You recall the questions, right? We'll talk about it, but thank you.
They take notes. Okay. Any public comment? Hearing none, I'll close the public hearing and ask for a roll call vote on tab 22.
Councilwoman Avila? Councilman Ross? Councilwoman Konski? Vice Mayor Bailey? Mayor Lawson?
Yes.
The motion carries.
And moving on to tab 23.
23 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, accepting the $183,686 rebate from United Healthcare, authorizing the establishment of a budget for $383,686 for the expenditure of these funds, along with $200,000 credit from Cigna towards an employee health and wellness clinic, providing for implementation and providing for an effective date.
Moved by Councilman Roth. Have a second. Second on tab 23. Second by the Vice Mayor. Did you need a question? Yes, sir? Oh, okay, okay. I'm right there with you. Okay, any public commentary on this item? Is there anyone online? And again, this is not coming from the city coffers. These were monies dedicated under the agreements for the new insurance agreements for the establishment of a clinic for employees and their families. It's not just city employees. We were talking in my briefing, probably a couple of thousand people impacted. Okay. Any public comment? So roll call vote.
Councilman Ross? Yes. Councilwoman Konski? Councilwoman Avila? Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bailey? Yes. Mayor Lawson?
Yes.
The motion carries.
All right. Mr. Manager?
Mr. Mayor, on tab number 24, I should have called your attention earlier on. We would like to reschedule and defer this item to sometime in January. December?
December.
Oh, December. I apologize. December.
Defer to December?
To December meeting.
All right.
Apologize.
So we have Vice Mayor, you're good with that? Yes. Okay, so Vice Mayor's moved to defer till December. I'll second that. All in favor? Aye. Okay. Does that conclude your business, Mr. Manager?
Yes, Mr. Mayor and Council, just one point of information. Last Monday, November 17th, we rolled out the initial kickoff meeting for the design of the new sports performance hub in Homestead with the designers. So we're hoping to get a revised schedule and share with Council. Okay, that's all I have.
Did they bring proposed renderings?
A kickoff meeting is simply to introduce the design team and who the points of contact are and how the project is going to be coordinated.
Looking forward to it.
Yeah.
Mr. Manager, there's something happening on Saturday that we may...
I thought we've been talking about Saturday and Saturday and Saturday. Let me let you take the limelight.
If we talk about it, if I say it one more time, I may cry. Mayor, Council, on Saturday, we will officially open Discover Homestead Winter Wonderland. It will begin at 5 p.m. I think the first skating session begins at 5 p.m. For Council, we'll be sending out a run of show later on tomorrow. And we have a series of different activations for opening night. And as you're probably well aware, it will run until January the 18th. Saturday's an actually very busy day. We are also doing the Thanksgiving turkey giveaway in partnership with Orange Bowl at Harris Field, and I believe that begins from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. Thank you again to Mayor and Council for the donations in support of that effort. Chief, you want to talk about your... Yep.
Also, the city of Homestead PD, for the first time in a very, very, well, forever, is competing in the PBA Love Fund Pig Roast. And so basically what that is it's a bunch of pigs cooking pigs. It's cops cooking pigs, and it becomes a really big event. And we have we're putting up quite a show and a big representation, since we've kind of partnered with the Homestead Speedway. So you'll see some joint marketing materials, and we have a couple surprises for this.
When is that again?
It's Tropical Park. Starts at 10 a.m. And
when?
On Saturday.
On November 22nd.
Saturday. Oh, that's a quiet day here.
Yeah. So we're going to be spread thin, definitely.
Yeah. Thank you, Chief.
So I think, Madam Director of Development Services, tomorrow we are hosting one more concierge service, which is a joint effort between the city and the county. Because of the Thanksgiving, we moved it a week forward. So it's going to be tomorrow. If you have any client or any city resident or anyone we know that has permitting challenges with the county will be here tomorrow.
I have one question, Mayor.
Councilman?
Thank you. So yesterday or the day before, I saw some advertisements about the skating in Losner Park. Now, when this whole program was approached and proffered to us, I don't recall a fee to skate for our residents. So I'm curious where this $22 fee has come from.
Councilman Roth, so the direction that was previously given was that there would be no fee for opening day for children, so under 13, which is the case. The strategy behind charging for the skating at the very least is to be able to recoup some if not all of the investment that council approved with the purchase of the ice rink.
Right, so you can say that, but I don't ever remember anyone saying that we would be charging residents to skate. Where is that in anything that you guys proffered to us?
I'm happy to go back and look at the resolution and the notations and follow up with you.
But you can't be certain that you proffered that to this dais, because I may not have supported that item if I knew we were spending that kind of money and our residents were going to pay to skate. How many tickets have been sold?
Let me look that up.
Needless to say, I'm disappointed that this wasn't made more clear to this dais. Does anybody else up here know that they were being charged to skate? Fletcher says no. Haley says yes. You did? Did they tell you specifically? You asked. So you had to ask to get the information. There seems to be a pattern of not telling us everything that we need to know. Thank you, Mayor.
Sometimes you got to have the initiative to ask and probe a little bit further. There was monies left over from the budget of the state of the city, and that has been allocated to provide 500 free tickets through Homestead Elementary Schools for kids under 13 to be able to skate for free.
So to the question of how many tickets have been sold for opening day, 136 so far has been sold.
It's for opening day.
For opening day. And as mentioned, all children under 13 for opening day will be able to skate for free. From a programming perspective, we have established several other discount opportunities. Persons who are in active military will get a 10% discount. If you are an HPS customer, I think Tuesday through Thursday, it's $1 off. There are group rates. If you purchase a group tickets between 15 to 20 tickets, there are discounts as well. So, and then I think the mayor just mentioned that there was a sponsorship where children will have through designated elementary, middle, and high schools, ticket allocations throughout the season through a sponsorship of the mayor, as well as Vice Chair McGee has also followed in a similar fashion in purchasing an allotment of tickets for families.
Thank you. Okay. Mr. Attorney, I think you needed to ask for an executive session.
If I could, I'd like to request a session in the matter of Neal versus the City of Homestead. It's case number 24-014032 in Miami-Dade County Circuit Court.
Make it happen. Is that it?
I have one for the CRA, so we'll request that when we get to that meeting.
All right. All right. So, Councilwoman Avila, you're up. Council, you're good. Thank you. Councilman Fletcher?
Happy Thanksgiving.
Amen. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. And just quickly, I'm sorry for not being here last week. I was under the weather. I want to congratulate everyone on being reelected or newly elected in Wisconsin. The week prior, myself, the city manager and the chief had spent some time in Phoenix, Arizona with the NASCAR championship folks trying to learn best practices for the city of Avondale and seeing events take place in downtown Phoenix. I believe it was a wonderful learning opportunity for all of us. I have a 50-page PowerPoint presentation we're going to do right now. But
without quorum.
Without quorum, yeah, understood. But we did learn some good things, and through the manager's office, I will forward my notes, and I would hope the manager and the chief would do so as well. Happy Thanksgiving, everyone, and good night.
Councilman, we already have a draft report. We're waiting for your return back to work to share with you so we can give it to council members.
Very good. Councilman Roth, anything further? Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Konsky? Thank you. Vice Mayor, anything further?
Just a couple of things. I just wanted to thank everybody who helped make Artists in the Spotlight possible. It was one of the biggest ones yet. If you didn't get a chance to see some of the amazing artwork that's been curated there, please visit the Seminole Theater. It will be up, and with all the other exciting things happening this season, we will be doing our first closing ceremony for Artists in the Spotlight as well. So look out for that. You'll have another opportunity to come, meet some of the artists, and continue the celebrations. But for now, I just want to say happy Thanksgiving to everyone, and kudos on Chrome Marketplace. I had to do a double take when I stop at that light that I'm at every day. I thought it would be, you should have put some people in there that like we know sitting at tables. That would have been so funny. But no, what a difference. I saw some decorations today, and yes, let's hope that it encourages the rest of the neighborhood and the rest of the businesses to follow suit. So thank you for all your hard work. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Just let me add, the compliments are pouring in on the downtown decor, particularly the extra stuff in the trees. A lot of compliments, a lot of excitement about all of our holiday. I think we're going to have a really good turnout. I think, yes, certainly.
Sorry to interrupt, Mayor, but I was going through downtown the other day, and I was like, these lights are beautiful on Crum Avenue, and not for discussion tonight, but if there are many downtowns that keep lights up all year long, not this many, obviously, but if there's a way to have lights in our downtown throughout the year, I would appreciate consideration.
Cool. That's something Vice Mayor Bailey and I have talked about over the years, is stringing the Edison lights across Chrome Avenue on a permanent basis. If we could find a way to plug them in and keep trucks from dragging them down the street, I don't think there's any objection for that concept. Look forward to Saturday, Chief. I know we've got a lot of work to do. I think there's provisions for over 1,000 families at the turkey giveaway Saturday morning. And certainly the highlight of my year as mayor is getting to punch the button to light the tree. And I guess Monday we'll have the decor up here in the lobby of City Hall. We're going to add to the patriotic tree on our floor. So that'll all be forthcoming. I'm sure I had a lot more, but not. Yes, go ahead.
If there's
yield.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Mayor. If there's any extra trees floating around, I could use one at the community center, Dickinson Community Center, for December 14th for the VIP Christmas party that I'm putting on for children and adults with disabilities. And if we don't have any in-house, if there's anyone that would like to donate a tree for that event, I appreciate it.
Very good. Thank you.
I had in my notes Thanksgiving, and I was like, of course I was going to say Happy Thanksgiving. We have an event at Fico Williams on Thanksgiving Day. It will be a very short and sweet brunch from 11 to 1. Our turkeys are not carved.
Yeah. So hey, the last time she enticed me down there, I ended up carving turkeys.
We have much better knives this
with a dull
time.
knife.
But just something short and sweet for the community. A lot of people end up coming who maybe don't have someone to share it with. So please, if you are able, Fico Williams, Thanksgiving Day between 11 and 1. Delicious food, Haitian coffee, but a mix of Cuban American and Haitian Thanksgiving food.
So
Thank
do
you.
I need to bring my apron, knife, and cutting board?
Please.
Okay. Just as long as I know, that's fine. Danger Men Cooking, or which one? Okay. So with that, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn this meeting so we can roll into one more, which is going to be kind of interesting. All right. Move to adjourn. All in favor? Aye. Let's quickly open the Community Redevelopment Agency meeting. We're going to need to, yeah. So Mr. Pearl, well, let's convene this meeting. I'd like to call the City of Homestead Community Redevelopment Agency meeting to order. Incredibly, it's still only November 19th, and it is 10:28 p.m. Let's call a roll, please, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Roth?
Here.
Board
CRA.
Member Roth, sorry. Board Member Fletcher? Board Member Konsky? Board Member Avila? Vice Chairwoman Bailey? Chairman Lawson?
Here. Mr. Pearl, give us some guidance.
Well, if you'd like to
Well, let's approve the minutes.
approve the minutes.
All right, do we have a motion to approve the minutes? All in favor? Aye. All right. Now, Mr. Pearl.
Okay, tab 2 is the companion item to the item that was deferred at the city council meeting. This item would authorize the expenditure of $1 million of CRA land acquisition funds to go towards the down payment. Given what transpired at the prior meeting, I'd be open to a motion to defer this item to a future meeting when you have the information that was requested during the city council meeting.
All right, this item has been moved for deferral by Vice Mayor. I'll second it. Have any discussion? Any public comment? All right, roll call. Do we have to, yep. We have a roll call on the motion to defer tab 2.
Board Member Konsky? Board Member Roth? Board Member Avila?
No.
Board Member Fletcher?
Yes.
Vice Chairwoman Bailey? Chairman Lawson?
Yes.
The motion carries.
And tab 3 is, that was it.
That was it. But if I could request an executive session for the CRA before you adjourn.
Well, that's interesting.
Yes, it's
a new one.
Broward County Minority Builders versus the CRA.
Oh.
It's case 2024-01536 in Miami-Dade County Circuit Court.
Make it happen.
Thank you.
All right, with that, do we have a motion to adjourn? I thought so. Good night, everyone. Thank you.